It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It's 21 degrees right now. We'll get up into the high 30s, low 40s today.
It's a little chilly out there.
Yeah, and it looks like there could be some snow.
Oh,
so you're
yeah.
going to watch out for that. Before we start the show,
Yeah, what's going on?
I will say this.
Go ahead.
I encourage you to log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch for our pages there. You can get us at the Break Room WCMF on YouTube.
Hey, just, watch us talk.
Tommy is wearing something, and I'm not going to reveal what it is because today is Thursday, which means it's Bitch Voice Theater. Yeah. So I have to save it. But I will.
You're going to be able to save this until 7 o'clock?
I'm going to do the best that I can.
Okay.
I'm going to do everything I can.
Okay.
And if you want to log on to those things and take screenshots and tweet at us at WCMF Break Room, there's nothing we can do to keep Kimmy from retweeting what we're looking at with Tommy.
Is this regular stuff?
My brain is not firing correctly because of the thousands of jokes that are trying to get out of my mouth right now.
Finally.
What? Nope.
Nope, that's
No,
it.
I
Let's
know,
see how
it's hard.
disciplined you
It's
are today,
difficult.
buddy.
Nope. All right.
If anybody that should be upset about this, it's me.
Why is that?
Why?
Because for years, you crushed me for the same thing. And then you show up like 10 years later with something that I'm pretty sure I have in my closet.
You wish you had this fashion sense. That's all I can say.
It looks like you robbed my grandma.
You're trying to...
I'm not saying what it is. I'm not saying what it is.
Both of you getting real close.
All right.
All right.
Calm down. We'll save it for 7 o'clock. I encourage you strongly to log on to our live stream and check out what's going on. Brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. What the hell were you thinking? So if you're getting up this morning, early morning, you got a couple of things you do. You roll out of bed, brush your teeth, hop in the shower, get in the car, and then find a cup of coffee, right? And
standards.
Everybody has their standard coffee place.
Yeah.
You go every day. Well, there is one coffee place, a big one here in downtown, that people cannot go to.
I mean, they're out of business or whatever?
They've been closed, but not forever, and they didn't close voluntarily.
Oh.
The health department last week shut down Spot Coffee. Did you see this story?
Yeah, that place is a headliner downtown.
Yep, very popular East
That's
Ave
like
spot.
the hipster coffee joint.
Yeah. Which is funny. Like, you see the hipster coffee joint, everybody inside looks like you, especially today.
But it's an old Chevy dealership, and they kind of left the outside looking like that with the big clock and
I
everything.
knew the old man in you would not allow you
It's
to.
pretty cool.
Used to be a Chevy dealership.
But it's cool that they left that out there.
So we knew that the health department shut it down.
So what happened?
Yesterday, we found out why.
Okay.
They had 14 health code violations, including one critical one. Among them, according to the story on 10 NBC, mouse droppings in a whole bunch of places, spoiled foods, kitchen not properly cleaned, bathrooms being unsanitary.
Oh, wow.
Not great stuff.
Yeah, that's not good.
So the store is going to have to go, the restaurant will have to undergo another inspection before they're allowed to open again. There is no word on when that's going to be. And people seem very bothered by this, Tommy.
Bothered
what
that
way?
it's closed
Yeah.
or bothered that it is in this condition?
Because it feels like people didn't expect this kind of place to have these kinds of issues.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a higher-end coffee
never-
shop.
And I think more like restaurant-style places.
Cafe.
Where the kitchen.
Can't say that word with what's going on with your face today.
Like, I think of like a busy kitchen, places like a bar, things like that. I guess I don't know. I just never picture a place that, kind of serves like coffee and breakfast food.
Well, it seems higher end, too.
It is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I
They
mean,
have, like,
It's got like fancy furniture you're sitting on.
yeah, with mice underneath it, according to the health department.
It's got drapes for no reason on walls with no windows.
There's a display case of cheesecake. You know what I mean?
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
When this place opens up, I'm sure they're going to want to do whatever they can to bring their customers back.
Yeah.
But in the end, it might not matter because it takes a lot to move a person from their everyday morning coffee place, right? Mm-hmm. So there are a couple of things that go into why you choose your morning coffee place. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it quality or location that is a bigger deal for you getting your morning coffee?
Well, coffee shops are unique compared to other restaurants because if that's you go there every day if that's where you grab your coffee.
Okay.
You don't go to like a restaurant every day normally.
Sure,
right?
sure, yeah.
So that's going to be really inconvenient to not have that place open.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like you're gonna be pissed off now because now where am I getting my coffee?
But despite this, so let's say where you get your coffee every day, Tommy, same thing happens. They shut it down. The day they open it up, are you going right back to that place?
Probably, especially if it's like that's the only one around. Like I can't think of another coffee shop close by the spot.
There's literally one around the corner, Java's.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about
There are a
Java.
few.
There's like 15 coffee shops. It's good. They call it Coffee Shop Row
Oh, I didn't realize that.
to the coffee shop district.
Because like you probably made friends with the people that are there. Like you
Sure.
probably are on a first
Yeah.
name basis with your barista.
They probably have your coffee ready to
Okay.
go for you when you walk in.
Let's time out real quick.
Why can't I say barista today?
Yeah, you okay? Today. It's extra egregious. I know
Why?
you're trying to do it. You're not going to break me, man. I'm going to make it to 7 before I just lose it on you. No man, especially your age, should call someone who works at a coffee shop a barista.
I think that's what Chaz wants to be called.
By the way, Chaz is like the most
Yeah.
1994 hipster name ever.
He's still there.
They're
I
not,
think he was there when he was actually at the Chevy dealership before that.
they're not baristas.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
They're
They
folks
are.
that work at a coffee
No,
shop.
they're baristas.
Okay.
They call him barista.
I mean, technically, you're a barista.
Yeah.
You don't
In
call,
the same way you're a bartender, you're a barista.
No,
yeah.
no.
It's Italian for coffee guy.
Oh, I forgot. Did we wake up in Italy this morning? Are there olives
You may
everywhere?
have. You may have a
Okay.
little bit today.
Bro, if you call it a barista,
Yeah.
you're just trying to sound like
I don't
a
think
smart
that makes
douche.
you a douche. I think that's just what they're called.
You use barista on a regular basis.
No, but I think I would refer to them as a barista.
Okay. Because, like, those people that are bartenders, but they wear, like, the suspenders and the shirts, they don't like to be called bartenders. There's another name that's escaping me right now. It's like
Cocktail.
something
Server,
like that.
enthusiast.
server.
Yeah, but you never call them that. You guys never call them that. You call them bartenders. So why, instead of person who works at a coffee shop, are you using the word barista this morning?
I think if there's drapes on the wall
Okay.
and old fancy furniture, that's a barista.
All right, so you're telling me then someone that works at a quicker coffee shop like Dunkin', they're not a barista? Are they a barista?
I mean, they're still making the same drinks.
No, I think
Oh.
those are just regular coffee folk.
Oh, so those are coffee folk, but this
Coffee
person's
folk.
a barista.
Yeah, barista.
What's the difference?
There's no
a
difference.
barista is a douche that serves you coffee.
You are saying that today?
To other douches.
You called someone else a douche right now.
It's a douche to douche service.
Okay, let me ask you this then.
It's where local douches go to get served by other douches.
Let me ask you this then, because like the one outlier when it comes to like I guess quote fast food coffee would be Starbucks.
Yeah,
It's like right in the middle of like quick service versus like sitting down.
because
at
it's a
place like-
cafe too.
Stop that.
Yeah,
Starbucks workers, are they baristas?
I think they call them baristas.
No, they also call cups venti. It's a medium.
right, but I think they call themselves baristas.
Okay.
Well, they all. I mean, I would say everybody that works with making coffee drinks is a barista.
Got a
Dunkin'-
coffee bar.
You're-
So Dunkin'
you're-
Donuts workers a barista.
Yeah, I mean, you're
McDonald's employees a barista.
Well, I don't know.
They make
do
they serve
have,
coffee.
But do they have?
Mick barista.
Watch your mouth.
But do they have more than just like a cup of coffee, or is it?
Yeah, they make like lattes
Okay,
and stuff.
all right,
I mean,
sure.
I could buy
They
a
got
latte.
that. Yeah,
Throw
no, they
that
got
in
that
there,
Mick
too.
Cafe.
McCafe. So
If you
that-
know how to mix multiple coffee
Ah,
drinks,
there you
you're a
go.
barista.
Okay, so then the person who works at Wegmans, who works in both the coffee shop and makes
Barista.
pizza,
They know how to make the coffee drinks.
They had those.
they know you. That was the most Tommy said. They know how to make the coffee drinks.
I will say this: if you have one of them big Italian coffee machines,
Yeah.
you a barista. It does big silver ones
All right.
that
no,
look confusing.
No.
You know why
if
you
you
say- no,
make
you know why
coffee
you
at
say that?
home, you're not a
Because he
barista.
has one of those, and you consider yourself a barista.
I am a home barista.
And in a home barista.
A home barista.
In what you're reading, in what you're wearing today, you look like a giant barista. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Last week we found out Spot Coffee down on East Ave has been closed by the health department. Yesterday, according to 10 NBC, we found out why. It was mouse dropping, spoiled food, kitchen not properly cleaned, bathrooms being unsanitary, amongst other things. What does it take for you to change your coffee spot? Because I don't think this is going to do it for
I would
most
go.
people.
Once they're open, I'm going back.
And I also think there's another factor we're not thinking about, and that's the work from home crew that will go to these places and spend almost all
Oh,
day
yeah.
there.
Good catch.
Like I know a couple
That's
of
a
people
house.
that because like they just want to get out of the house, like they go to their regular coffee spot and they'll sit there for hours doing work. So I'm guessing like if you're spending that much time at one of these places, you're going back the second it opens.
But like when it comes to like your standard, I'm just getting out of the car, I'm going through the drive-through, we're running in somewhere
Yeah.
quick and getting coffee. what makes you change that coffee spot? Like, have you ever changed your coffee spot
No.
from where you live?
No, and I still remember going. I used to go down and see my aunt once in a while in New York City, and sometimes I would get in early and couldn't get it. She wasn't around, so I used to hang out at a coffee shop right by her building.
Okay.
And it was like that typical old school coffee shop, New York City, where they just shout at you, but it was like a Italian joint, right?
Okay, yeah.
I loved it. So one day I was telling her, she goes, "Where are you in the morning?" I go, "At that coffee shop." She goes, "That place is disgusting." She goes, "You know how many times they shut that place down? It's filthy. Don't ever go in there again. You're going to get sick." And I go, "Man, I thought it was really nice." But then when I go back and I go, "Yeah, it is pretty grimy in here."
Start to see some things.
Like the chairs were filthy, like the counters were sticky, but I never really looked at it. I just figured, this is what New York City's like, man. I'm like in New York. I'm drinking coffee in New York, man.
It's supposed to be grimy.
Yeah, it's supposed to be gross and they're mean to you.
But you still went back.
Oh, yeah. Because it was so convenient.
Okay,
And the
so-
coffee was delicious.
Okay.
And that's the other thing, man. If you're a coffee person, you find your spot, it means a lot.
Well, like there are different levels of coffee purchasing in the morning, right? There are the places like Spot or Java's or like
Yeah.
the high-end coffee shops, Leaf and Bean in Chi-Li, where they do coffee almost exclusively,
Yeah.
and that's where you expect to find the best stuff. Then comes like the quick move-throughs, right?
Yeah.
Like your Starbucks, your Dunkin' Donuts, your McDonald's, your Burger King,
Yeah.
where like they're a restaurant, so that's what they specialize in. So the coffee's going to be good, right? They can handle that stuff. And then it seems like the lower tier, and correct me if you guys think I'm wrong.
What's that?
Gas station coffee.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know
And-
people that love it though.
But
that's-
they've elevated their game over the years.
Oh, so you drink it?
I used to.
Would
when
you now?
did you drink gas station coffee?
When I was on the road.
Yeah, so when you were busted in Poe, when you couldn't afford what you got wrapped around your neck this morning.
You're getting
I
close.
didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're
I
getting
didn't say
so
nothing.
close.
Cecil B. DeMille.
Kimmy has no idea who that is.
Well, she will once we start getting.
Do you know what that is?
She can no.
No, don't give it out. He's trying to trick us. He's trying to do where they wide and backwards disqualification. You wouldn't drink gas station coffee today.
No. I also wouldn't drink the coffee here.
Well, that I get. I don't know if that's ever been cleaned.
But
we
I
would
drink
definitely
espresso.
violate some health codes here.
You guys are the only ones that won't drink the coffee.
Well, I'm an espresso
I
drinker,
tr-
so
I-
I make it at home, and Kimmy got me this lovely Yeti mug, which I love.
Oh my God! Could you have more douchey things on it in your head right now?
That's-
You're an amalgamation of douche.
It's a phenomenal, and it holds my coffee nice and warm. So yeah,
I don't consider myself a coffee snob, but there was one time when I was out of coffee at home, so I'm like,
Ugh.
I'll just drink the stuff at
Ugh.
work. There's always a pot ready to go. I chewed on the coffee,
Oh,
and I
that
was like,
pot.
"Nah, I think I'm done now."
that pot is browner than my eye, man. That thing is nasty.
Spazano, Breezy, Moose, Sandy,
Yes.
the folks down the
Yeah,
PD.
nothing but
gritty.
healthy people walking around here.
Okay, if anyone, I can't. You walking so hard. It is so hard right
There's
now.
no way I'm drinking that swill.
Okay, so but there's no way you're drinking gas station coffee either.
right.
Like I know you would drive 25 minutes out of your way instead of getting gas station coffee that you could walk to.
I will, unless they got like a. I will say this now, but like my gas station where I get my gas.
Yeah.
Dunkin' in there.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know you're talking about those ones where
Straight
the
up.
pot just sits
Yeah.
there all day, or they have multiple pots of flavored coffee.
Do you hear him? Do you hear it right now? The pot just sits there. all
Well, I
day.
would
gets
assume
stale.
like they probably go through the coffee fast,
Yeah.
so I would think like, it's at least a semi-fresh pot of coffee.
Most of those gas stations have that like flip it every 15 minutes
Yeah.
guarantee.
I will say this: when I was on the road, broke. Because when I was out in the middle of nowhere, McDonald's always had a consistently good cup of coffee
They do.
because
Yeah.
they turn over their coffee so fast. It was
Yeah.
never stale.
Well, plus
and
you
it
had-
was always like it was like 50 cents for a large cup of coffee.
And you have all those baristas at McDonald's making it for you.
Oh yeah, and they're on top of it, man.
All right. We have a dynamite. I'm going to make it to 7 o'clock
I don't
without saying
think
a
so.
word.
I
Kind
don't
of break it
think
for
you
you.
can.
We got 46 minutes.
All right.
I'm going to make it. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're gonna start bitching up, but I don't think we got much going on today.
No, you don't
for
think so?
bitching.
You
No.
don't think so?
No.
Bitch Boys Theater coming at you just
Yeah.
after 7 o'clock this morning. Also just after 7 o'clock.
Hmm.
This story is insane, and it's a crime story coming from the east side. Now, everybody's safe, thank goodness,
Yeah.
right? But you would think with the beginning of this story, when we tell you how it all went down, these people wouldn't be.
Oh.
And maybe the fact that they did not react is what led them to be safe. Because, Tommy, there are things that can startle you when you wake up in your house. A loud bang,
Yeah.
the wind, the weather.
Sure.
But if you saw a man standing in your room,
Like you don't know this dude.
no.
And he's in a non-barista guy.
Yeah, he's not one of those come to your house in your room and serve you coffee baristas.
That'd be pretty cool.
We'll get to the story. We'll tell you where it went down just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you know
Yeah.
what I'm going to love about this next conversation?
What is that?
Is you spent the last 15 minutes talking about the importance of quality coffee and who knows how to make it and people that know their coffee. Yeah. Yet these kids at RIT who have done what I think is put together an amazing idea.
Oh, they invented something?
Well, they didn't invent. They are studying this also very popular drink to a lot of people in America.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you could make the argument that the making and consumption of this is very similar to coffee. Yet all of those things you just said about coffee drinkers and coffee makers, you're going to drop and go, these dork-ass, bitch-ass dorks. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. This is smart on so many levels.
What happened?
It's smart of the college to offer this because it's a very unique experience. It's smart of these kids to take it because it's a business that just seems to keep growing and growing.
Oh, so you get a good job out of it.
Well, you could. I mean, if you wanted
boy.
to pursue this the long way.
Yeah.
And it's smart for these students to take this class because it's just straight up fun. And there are kids that wouldn't legally be allowed to do this if it weren't for this class.
Oh.
However, you're not going to see any of that.
I'm not?
No, because you already have a stereotype about these people, and it shows how old school you think when it comes to drink.
Okay. All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It's a big day today.
What's going on?
Well, there's been folks listening all week trying to win tickets to Journey. They're coming to the Blue Cross Arena February 22nd.
We're getting close to the end here, right?
Well, I mean, today's it.
Yeah.
We got 2 pair of tickets to give you. Monday we did 5th row. Tuesday we did 4th row. Yesterday we did 3rd row. Today we have both 2nd and 1st row tickets to give you.
Damn.
And not only are we going to give you 2nd and 1st row tickets, we're going to tell you when they're coming. In the 7 o'clock hour.
Wait. Damn.
Yeah, within the next 90 minutes.
Both.
We will be giving both 2nd row and 1st row tickets away. We'll be doing them at different times of the 7 o'clock hour, but we will have those tickets for you. So stick with us if you want to be close enough to smell Journey.
Who doesn't want to sniff those boys?
We will have both 2nd and 1st row tickets for Journey in the 7 o'clock hour here in the break room on CMF. There is a new course you can take at RIT.
See, I get like credit.
Yes, it's a legitimate college class.
Fantastic for these kids.
It is called
Yeah.
Beers of the World.
Oh.
God. You got to be kidding me.
It is a study in the history of beer, how beer is made, and the different techniques that are used to make beer.
So you learn how to brew it?
Well, this
Maybe.
is more of a tasting, but
I
I
was gonna
guess
say-
there would be that information.
Because I'm thinking like Three Heads, they got a guy that knows how to brew beer. Like,
You think
he's
that
like
the brewery has a guy that knows how to brew
Yeah,
beer?
but where he
They
learn
got
how
a
to
guy?
do that?
Yeah, you
Did
think
he have to go to college, or did he just work at like Jenny? Then he got a job. Then he opened up his own joint.
That's actually a good question.
Well, it could be one of those jobs where eventually you do have to have a specific degree to
You
do
had to have
because
beer certification.
maybe just like the the competition to get those jobs.
but I
may
got to go to
increase.
college to make jackass water.
Jackass water.
You know it's jackassing.
So according to a story on Spectrum, going back to this class at RIT,
Jackass class.
students in the class get to taste anywhere from 6 to 8 beers per class.
Wait, these kids are getting loaded by noon?
It's tasting
Yeah.
for about an hour, and then every beer they
Wait, they're
taste.
slamming 6 beers in an hour.
Tasting. You've
Yeah.
seen flights before?
I've seen how you taste.
You want to try that
You
again?
chug a lug.
You want to try that again? I know how you taste over there.
I've seen you slam beer.
Got that? They learn everything about every beer that they taste.
All right.
So it's a 14-week traditional class at RIT. There's a final exam and everything.
Wow.
And it looks like you get actual college credit.
And you
for
say
this
I can't
class.
go to college and pass a course.
No,
I
you
can
absolutely
pass the
you could not pass.
drink
this.
beer drinking course.
Okay. Here's the most surprising part of this story.
What's that?
You don't have to be 21 to take it.
Oh.
Wait, how did they get away with that?
According to Spectrum News.
Look at this.
I didn't even tell you.
Underage serving?
In the state of New York.
I
My-
started that with you, by the way.
Yeah, your college
Congratulations.
I should get credit.
You
I
do
would
look
get-
like a professor this morning.
class. In the state of New York, minors can consume alcohol under adult supervision with a school curriculum or if it's registered by a state education
Man, who
department.
wrote that
Okay.
law?
It makes sense.
No, it don't.
Here's
like,
why.
they spent a time thinking of that.
Well, no, but like if I want to go into again, let's talk about wine. Huge wine manufacturing is huge
Yeah.
in New York. If I want to learn how to do that and I want to start doing it at 18 years old, I need the ability to taste these
Yeah.
things.
to
Okay,
what
so you
you're
know it's
doing.
coming.
What?
What has just been legalized?
Marijuana?
I think there already
yeah,
are
there already are
classes. You
classes.
Wait, so I
you
can smoke
major.
in class?
I don't know.
I don't know if you can smoke, but I know like there
Why
are
not?
majors that
Well-
are centered around, growing it.
Why don't you think before
We got. I got to burn to learn, baby.
It says that the
Put
state
that on a t-shirt.
It says that in the state of New York, minors can consume alcohol. It doesn't say anything about marijuana, but I mean, I guess. And
The
here's the
green
thing.
course is coming. My
Here's the
friend.
thing, man.
It's
If you are
already here.
tasting, just let them go.
I know.
If you are tasting alcohol,
Yeah.
you're not attempting to get
Hey,
intoxicated.
where's the sex course?
Whereas if you, Kimmy, were to smoke marijuana, you can't help but get intoxicated.
Yeah,
So I
that's
guess
true.
that would
Yeah,
be
you
the
can't just
difference.
dabble.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I detect hints of oak in this bud. So obviously the class has become very popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
Those are
kidding.
usually,
Line
like,
out the
toughest
door.
classes to get into.
For keg course.
I'm actually surprised they didn't already have one.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, no. To your
Yeah.
point, I mean, it sounds like this professor who's teaching it had to write this entire course by himself, which is pretty impressive. Kimmy, this is a real cool thing RIT is doing.
I think you underestimate how how much you may use a class like that just in adult life, like whether it's beer or wine or becoming an expert in some type of liquor. I think it's like not a bad skill to have.
I mean, tell me, this is a cool thing RIT's doing, right?
I'm jealous.
No, but you're jealous for the wrong reason.
No, because I went to school and it all sucked.
You didn't
They
go
had
to
no
college.
beer course, wine course,
You weren't allowed within 100 yards of a college.
pot course. If they had this stuff, I would have signed up.
No, but here's the thing. Yes, I'm sure there's kids taking it just to go drink beer for an hour a day. Fine. But this is big business. You can't deny that.
Yeah.
We all know Kimmy's Rochester economic theory.
When in doubt, put a brewery.
But I guess all the guys that own these breweries around here never took these courses. They were just beer guys.
Right. Well, that's how it all started, right? But I guess if you want to further it or, get experts in there, maybe this is like the next step. You start hiring people with, a degree or more of a, I don't know,
background
in it.
But if I come out of this, what kind of job can I get? That's my question.
Well,
let's say I'm knowledgeable about tasting beer. What do I do with it?
Look, all I know is like the outside stuff I see when we get invited to hang out at Three Heads Brewery,
Yeah.
right? And I do know there are a bunch of people who work there on the beer side of things.
Yeah.
And I assume
I always figured they came up through the ranks.
it's possible.
Working in bars and being bartenders
Well,
and
no, but being a bartender and brewing beer are two different things. Being a bartender and distributing beer are two different things, right? I
Yeah.
mean, there's a science behind all of these things. I always assumed, and I could be wrong, that the folks that we meet and hang out with at Three Heads and, that they have some kind of educational background.
I figured they just came up through the bar industry, the hospitality industry. Like most bartenders that are really good or knowledgeable about spirits, they've just been bartenders their whole life.
It is amazing to me the respect that you give bartenders. Because serving me a beer and knowing what it tastes like and where it comes from is different than knowing the science behind growing, what it takes to brew it, where you have to grow it, what you have to do to make it taste different ways, the different things you can do to make it taste different ways when you're brewing it.
I don't know.
Why
I'm
things cost what they do. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Why certain ingredients may be more important to use.
And that's what you're going to find out taking this class at RIT, the Beers of the World class.
It sounds like you're going to take this class. You're going to end up schlepping beers. Or
You're not doing that anyways.
Or you're going to have a really cool man cave and you're going to bore people with your hop knowledge.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good. What's
Tipsy Lizzie. Oh, yeah.
What do you got for us?
So I actually went to RIT and I graduated about 10 years ago, but I actually took a Wines of the World class there. So they have Beers of the World, Wines of the World. They have a wine and food pairing class.
Ooh.
So it's been around for a while. But yeah, you basically go to this class and you can get a pretty good buzz. And you get to learn about all this shit, like, different, beer or wine from all around, the world. And like, I had to go to class right after this one and I definitely was not functional.
All right, so Elizabeth.
So you must have a hell of a job in the wine industry now.
Why, you dick?
Oh, no. So
No?
it was actually like an elective class, and I actually am in the medical field. So
Oh, good.
I took this as like kind of a fun class to take with one of my friends. But they have a hospitality program at RIT, so I think it plays into that program they have.
No, it makes perfect sense. Like what Tommy doesn't realize
that would be an extremely important class to take if you're in that industry.
Elizabeth, the RIT and Conference Center, that hotel is part of the hospitality program at RIT, right? Like the students work in and around the hotel.
Man, look at that. What a setup. Slave labor over there.
They still get paid, you idiot.
Bro, it's probably getting credit.
No, it gives them hands-on
It was
experience.
an awesome class, though.
Okay, well, Elizabeth,
I've been in the hospitality industry. I know what hands-on experience turns into.
you've never been in the
You're trapped in the
hospitality
owner's
industry.
office.
You're the one person
Dodging his coked up hands.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it.
Thanks. You
Like, I love how you want to pounce. Oh, you're not in wine. Okay, first of all, like she said, it's an elective class.
Yeah, she went from wine to medical. And she was stoned.
Second of all,
She wasn't stoned.
that's what old people call drunk.
Oh.
If you need a old to modern dictionary,
She had
just
her
come
little
talk
French
to me.
bazzola on.
It's weird that she had an Italian name.
Well, they do border each other.
I mean, and there's nothing that says, I mean, Rochester RIT is a scientific technical school that also has a great hospitality program. Who knows that if there's a kid that's going down a scientific road that takes this class and something goes on, I mean, those two things overlap. This could be something that opens up an idea in these kids that take this class. And past the beers of the world class they're offering, again, it's a class at RIT where every class you taste 6 to 8 beers for about an hour. You learn everything about them. It's a traditional class for credit. There's a final exam and everything. RIT has been on the cutting edge of what kids want to study and where the world is going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because not only are they offering classes like this, and the hospitality industry, by the way, is booming.
Oh, yeah.
Booming.
They changed this town.
Fun fact,
Yeah.
the gaming industry is making more money now than the music and movie industry combined. Did you know that?
Wait a minute.
Video games. And RIT has
Making
been,
more money than like Netflix.
Yeah, than the movie and music industry combined, gaming. And RIT is one of the best schools in America for video game design.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's pretty competitive.
So grab your joystick and your wine glass, and you're going to climb to the top.
The point that I'm making is...
Dr. Buzz.
Call me Dr. Buzz. The point that I'm making is...
Yes.
I mean, round of applause for RIT for taking risks and putting their students in the best position to succeed in a world that is constantly changing.
Yeah.
Well, no, but in all seriousness, like, would you rather your kid have a career in a burgeoning industry where they can get a job right away that is doing well, or would you rather your kid get, some humanities degree or a business degree, like, I mean, something that everyone else has?
I think like those elective classes too, they just kind of help you become like a more well-rounded person. Like maybe it has nothing to do with anything you're going to pursue in the future.
Yeah.
But like, it's just a fun skill to have, and when you're out with people, being more social.
Did you take any of these when you were in West Virginia?
I couldn't get into the wine tasting class because it was booked solid.
Imagine that.
It was tough to get into.
Well, I don't know if I'd want to taste West Virginia wine anyway.
It tastes like boot.
It's just Jack Daniels.
Everywhere.
It tastes like boot. And like, Kimmy, to your point, I think that people forget. I mean, college is very expensive.
Yeah.
And the focus is on getting a degree that is going to
Pay.
Yes, exactly. And that's going to happen. But you take elective classes around those classes. People do forget, Kimmy, that part of the college experience is becoming a more well-rounded person.
Yeah.
Like growing up, figuring out what you like and what you don't like in people.
I thought they got
Trying
all
new
that with your
stuff.
credit card debt.
Like, it's so funny to me. Like, you want to sit here like you're some like elder statesman, especially with what you're wearing today.
Yeah.
I can't. Again, we're gonna wait till 7 o'clock because it's Bitch Voice Theater.
Can you wait, though? Can you?
We're 23 minutes away.
Yeah, and you're counting the time.
I really am, because I cannot believe that you thought that was a good idea today. And I highly encourage you to log on to our live stream right now at WCMF.com, the Odyssey app, YouTube, or Twitch to see what this idiot who has the
Trendsetter.
nerve. Yeah, to credit. Well, no, that trend was set around 1950 with Polish women that didn't want their hair to get wet coming out of the salon. What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's a standard look.
7 o'clock, 22 minutes. Also, don't forget, we got the second and first row pair of tickets to Journey.
Oh, boy.
And you can win something right now if you wanted to.
What?
You can head over to the contest page at WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Santana and Counting Crows at Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse on July 24th.
All right.
Yeah, RIT also offering a class in saying the names of amphitheaters. All that's courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. This story is terrifying.
Okay.
Miraculous,
Wow.
and somehow suspicious all at the same time.
It's a lot, Pat.
Because like when we saw the story yesterday morning, and we didn't want to do it until we had details, because it looked like it was going to end very badly. We were confident this woman was dead.
Oh.
How something like this could happen and someone could survive is remarkable. But we got some great news last night.
Oh, good.
So past the great news, now come some questions.
Yep.
Because how could this happen and you not know?
But there was a lot going on there.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was. And here's the thing, man. What happened here may be completely innocent. I guess it is possible that this thing is so big that this could happen and you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Well, they're big.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. This story went from horrifying to relieving
All right, good.
to suspicious in a matter of just a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't think, Tommy, first off, anyone would be able to survive this.
No.
But now, folks are questioning how this other person had no idea this happened the way that it did.
Well, based on some of this stuff, I could see maybe you wouldn't see it.
Well, and that's what we got to try and figure out here.
It would have been so quick.
No, you're right. Like, there's a legitimate chance, I guess, with the knowledge we have that you wouldn't know. But some people don't like that explanation.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, lot going on. First of all, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Well, we're going to bitch it up, but I don't think we got much going on today.
15 minutes till we reveal to you what the hell Tommy wore in here today thinking it was a good idea. So that's just after 7 o'clock. Also, we got second and first row tickets to see Journey at the Blue Cross Arena.
Man, oh, man. That's a first in CMF history.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we set trends. In the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to blow out both pair of tickets. Different times, but in the 7 o'clock hour. So sit tight on that. Second and first row tickets for Journey coming up within the next hour and 15 minutes. And just after 7 o'clock, this would be one of the scariest, if not the scariest things to ever happen to you. And you can make the argument that these people are safe this morning because they didn't say a word when this happened in their home.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So Tuesday night, we got some details about a terrifying story on Driving Park in the city. And we didn't say anything about it because we wanted to make sure the story ended the way... Look, if it ended terribly tragic, what do we have to add to it? So authorities say a woman in her 40s who was walking in the street was hit by a plow.
A city plow truck.
Yeah,
Not a pickup truck, the big
So like one
dump
of the big
truck.
ones.
Yeah, like big ass international giant series of plow.
Yeah.
Authorities say they believe this woman had just had an argument or was having a mental health issue.
Sounded like it based on some stuff.
Yeah, so did I see that she was shirtless?
I heard
That's
I
what
thought
one
she
witness
was
said, I believe.
shirtless or naked. She may have been naked. I don't know.
So reports are that she was running and walking in and out of traffic.
Like darting around.
Yeah, before the plow hit her. So Tommy, huge ass city plow, woman in the street. We all assumed, I think, that she was going to be dead.
Yeah.
Based on the vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She's alive.
Yeah.
She's alive.
Which is insane.
Authorities say she has non-life-threatening injuries after being hit by that plow. Now, obviously, she could be really
you could be
up.
twisted, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Tommy, how does someone survive being hit by
It's impossible.
Well, no, it's not because she did.
Yeah.
She did. So, as scary as this was, multiple witnesses say they saw the woman run into the road. And it doesn't sound like, based on the details we have, that the plow truck driver saw her. And that makes sense. It's dark, right?
If she's darting in and out,
It was snowing.
you wouldn't think that's going to happen.
You
right?
got it. All of this. So
And
this
don't forget, the windows are up, the truck's loud. You may not feel it.
So that should be the end of the story, but it's not.
Yeah.
Because according to several reports, after the city plow hit this woman, it didn't stop.
Yeah.
They
They found him a ways away.
Yes, they kept going.
Yeah.
As if the plow driver didn't know what happened.
Yeah.
And that has some people scratching their heads. Now, you have to know before we get into this, there have not been any charges filed against the driver.
Yeah.
And the police say that the driver is cooperating 100% with them. I will read you a statement from the police.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Quote, "We are looking into some potential of what the driver, knowledge was of having struck her or struck something in the roadway." Authorities go on to say, was it knowing of leaving the scene or was it an unknowing of leaving the scene of this accident?
All right.
Is it possible, and I'm asking sincerely, 252 WCMF, because I know there are lots of plow drivers who listen to this show. Is it possible to hit someone with one of these giant trucks and not realize it?
I mean, I'm thinking like when there's a ton of snow, I could see that happening because you're pushing like a giant pile around. So I could see like maybe not seeing it or feeling it. You know what I mean? But
was there a lot of snow?
But there was. That's
No,
what
but
I'm
he could
saying.
have been
Like there
spreading
wasn't.
salt.
Okay, but
Right.
that's off the back.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying, like, if he's not pushing, I don't remember it being that much plowable snow.
No.
So he was probably just throwing salt.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I get what you're
thinking.
saying. Okay. Like, I
And if he just grazed her, like he didn't, like, directly hit her,
well, that's
because of the fact that she's still alive, you would think it sounds more like it hit her on the side more. I can't imagine taking a direct hit
Yeah,
of
and not
a
knowing.
plow
Yeah.
that blade is so huge where you would live.
Well, here's the thing, though. Think about this. No, you're right. She could have just got clipped on the end.
Right.
I mean, if she was
and
right,
you may not hear it.
But here's the thing. The way the plow's designed, if you got hit by the plow and you hit the actual plow, it would just kick you off to the side.
I guess.
So, I mean, that would be the way you would see. I mean, you would go, you see the snow, it just carries off to the side.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, it would be bad. But maybe she didn't hit the ground.
Right.
I mean, again, I don't want to speculate on how this woman got hit by the plow. I mean, and look, those things are massive.
And they're loud.
And it's dark at the time. But, I mean, this is a person that's over 100 pounds minimum of something you just hit in the road. So the driver has been assigned a non-driving role while the investigation continues. Police also say they haven't found any signs of intoxication in the driver, but they also say just because charges haven't been filed yet doesn't mean they cannot be filed at some point.
Okay.
To the folks that have driven trucks like this before, do you think it's possible to not know that you hit someone? Because you want to give this person the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Right? Because they got put in a situation that no one saw coming.
Right.
And, like, this woman was in the road. Not that she deserved to be hit by a plow, but that's what made the situation possible in the first place.
Yeah, because to me, I mean, just based on what I've heard, it just is like it's anyway his fault.
And that's what's strange about it is, like, it's not even like they would be trying to hide something.
Right. If somebody's darting in and out of traffic, you can't prepare for that.
You got it. So there would be no reason to run away from the situation.
Which tends me to believe he didn't hear it.
Does it tend you to believe it?
Does it
tend you to believe that?
Yes.
Literally tens of beliefs
Yes.
that you...
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
No, it tends me to believe that you're a complete moron. That's what it tends me to believe. I don't know, man. This is really strange.
Yes.
Everything about it.
Yeah.
Tommy,
Well, the fact that she wasn't wearing a lot of clothes or any clothes kind of adds to it.
Well, I mean, what does that mean?
Well, like she was having a problem.
Yeah.
Like there was an issue. Like she was like frantic, crazy, something.
Yeah.
It's freezing cold out.
Sure. Well, yeah, the plow's out.
Right. Spreading salt.
Tends me to believe that it was cold outside.
Tends to believe you should have your shirt on.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We are talking about this unbelievable plow story. It happened Tuesday night. Most of the details hit yesterday morning, but we still didn't know the condition of the woman, so we didn't want to talk about it. This woman in her 40s who was having what police are describing as an argument or what might have been a mental health episode. She was darting in and out of the street on Driving Park. She was hit by a city plow. She's alive.
Yeah.
Non-life-threatening injuries, according to police. But what made the story even more strange is the plow didn't stop. There's no reason for the plow not to stop. It was an obvious accident, according to witnesses. But it seems that, at least based on the information we have, the plow driver didn't know he hit this woman. And now there's an investigation going on. Is that possible? Let's talk to Redneck. Hey, Redneck, what's up, buddy?
How's it going this morning, fellas?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So, I used to do plowing like that for a landscape company. We used to do J. Scuddy Plaza and all that stuff. There's so many blind spots in those plow trucks, and when the plow was up, I don't know if it was snowing or whatever, if it was actually just salting or whatever. It doesn't matter. You can't see, nor can you feel or hear anything hit that plow.
Okay.
I was on the phone with you guys a couple weeks ago, and I hit that deer.
Yeah, but you said I hit a deer.
By the way, that deer, naked.
Yeah, and it just went right off into dingweeds. It didn't hurt the truck, didn't hurt the plow. You didn't hear anything. You just seen it happen.
All right. All right. So you're saying it is possible that
did not feel or hear a thing.
They didn't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely possible. Because if that plow's up, if you notice, the plow lights are mounted up higher than like regular. They're almost windshield high because that plow comes up so high. You can't see. Like if you're sitting in the driver's seat, you have to look out. Like you're losing 10 feet of vision.
Ooh.
So if she was
By the way,
within 10 feet of that truck,
song
you
ever.
can't.
You're losing 10
10
feet of vision.
If she was within 10 feet of that truck, that driver never knew. And I feel sorry for him that he got benched.
Man.
I really do.
Well,
And that's redneck logic, right?
I mean, you say, Ben, he's just got. I would feel more sorry for him that he knows what happened here. Like that's got to mess with you a little bit more than not being able to drive for a couple of days, Redneck.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, that's his livelihood. Just like I drive truck for a living, it's my livelihood.
Sure.
You know? Granted, he's still working, but you don't get into that profession because you hate it.
I get what you're saying. Redneck, thanks for the call, but I really appreciate it. I would, more the person, I hit a person would bother me more than that. I got to do the desk work for a couple days.
But, you and I weren't born to drive.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We are getting our plow truck friends in
Okay,
here,
all right.
I mean, it's an interesting insight as to what it takes to drive trucks like this, because every guy thinks I would love to do like a heavy equipment job like that.
Till something like this happens.
Well, and that's just it. And like as we talked to John, he's on CMF. Hey, John, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, guys, how you doing this morning?
Good, brother.
Hey, so the last caller said that he hit a deer and didn't even know it. I drive a small pickup with a plow on it, and I've hit a couple of deer before, and I would have never known had I not seen them. And in a little, 2,500 Chevy pickup truck, that guy's driving a dump truck with a huge plow on it. The visibility is impossible. And he's not going to know. I mean, those guys could probably hit cars and not even know it.
Okay,
those
so
things are so heavy.
All right, so like that gives new insight because there were the last couple of years, municipalities, counties, all these things, right?
Yeah.
They had a really hard time finding plow truck drivers, right? And we were like, that sounds like the greatest job ever. I mean, the hours suck, but it looks like a lot of fun. You get
especially
to
if
be
you
yourself.
like to work alone.
I mean, the fact that now we're finding out here
A
that
lot of liability.
yeah, and Kimmy, it may not be as easy as we think.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why these people aren't signing up for this job.
Oh, yeah, plowing. I mean, I just plow residential driveways and a couple commercial lots, and it's brutal. I can't imagine doing what those guys do. You got to give them credit because that is just a brutal job driving around, dodging cars, and the idiots that are out there these days.
John, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Idiots these days, not idiots in the past.
No.
I'm getting a new perspective because there was one time where there was a plow coming down my street. We had gotten a lot of snow, and it was pushing a garbage can.
Oh, wow.
And I thought that they were just being a dick because somebody's garbage can was like in the road, so I thought they just took it out. But now I'm like, oh, maybe they didn't even know they were pushing it.
Yeah.
All right, so it's possible then, I guess, at least based on the calls that we've gotten.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, if it was a legitimate accident and this guy didn't know, you got to feel for this
Oh,
guy.
sure.
You got to hope this woman's going to be okay. Mm-hmm. And like, I mean, I can't imagine the guilt you would feel.
No,
even it not being your fault.
Right.
I mean, it still happened. Ay.
I know.
All right, let's hope everyone ends up okay in the story. And well, we have more things we have to do, and we have a lot of things we have to do.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's Bitch Voice Theater today.
And we've been waiting an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because Tommy walked in the room. You have worn some stupid, ugly, sissy things into the break room before.
Yeah.
But I cannot believe my eyes.
I've been holding back. I've been holding back for the right time. Because I even teased this to
You
Kimmy a while
teased it?
ago.
You
Yeah.
did?
I said I bought something on vacation. I can't wait to wear it.
I thought you
You
were
bought
talking.
that on vacation?
I thought you were talking about your turtlenecks.
Where do you vacation? An old lady's home? We will finally reveal to you, if you haven't checked it out on the live stream, what Tommy walked in with on this morning. We also have 2 pair of tickets to give you to Journey coming to the Blue Cross Arena.
Man, big show.
Second row, first row. We're going to blow out both pair in the 7 o'clock hour at separate times. But if you want a shot at those tickets, sit tight.
All right.
And, hitting someone with a plow and not knowing, that's scary.
Yeah.
But it would pale in comparison to the scary of your safety being in legitimate peril in this story. Because you would be completely exposed, you are totally vulnerable, and you would have no idea how you would react opening your eyes to see this. And it's very possible that the fact that these people did nothing in the moment somehow managed to control themselves.
Wow.
It's possible that's the reason why they ended up completely safe.
So it was the right move.
And I don't know.
Oh.
But it's an East Side crime, buddy.
East Side.
And we'll get into it. All of it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is one of those scariest moment in your life stories.
Oh, really?
You wouldn't be sure you're in danger.
Yeah, but that would be like, yeah, you're right. That would be the worst.
But to be woken up with this right in front of you inside of not only your own home, but where in your home this happened.
I'm going to be brown in my britches, like immediately.
It's something you can't prepare for. And even if you had a plan, how the hell can you be sure you'd react in that moment the way that you're supposed to? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. All right, first off, we got second row and first row tickets to Journey.
Double top shelf.
To give away. We are going to blow both of those pair of tickets out separately in the 7 o'clock hour.
Now.
No, don't call now, you idiot.
Okay, not now.
No, what are you, idiot? God, now the phone. No.
I'm asking.
Not now. Do not call now. For second row, if I were you, I would just wait a little while. Look what you did.
Are you going to wink now?
No, I'm not going to wink because I'm mad at you. Because now I can see your names. We have caller ID. Daniel, stop calling the show. So we'll get you those tickets in just a little while. Sit tight, second row first. But it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
All right, you walked in this room this morning, and it took all of my being to save until now everything I want to say to your face.
What's going on?
If you are watching the live stream, you've seen what he's had on. If you are not watching the live stream, Tommy walked in with what I can only describe as an old lady's scarf. And when I say scarf, I don't mean
it's a fashion scarf. It's not to keep warm.
It's like silk.
Yeah. It's very comfortable.
Wrapped around his neck and tucked into his jacket like an ascot.
My jacket.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing?
Well, it's a standard working man's scarf. If you're outside, like if you're a plow guy, you're landscaping today, you throw on a little, neck comfort.
You look like the lead singer of an Aerosmith cover band. What? How did you look in the mirror when you bought that and thought that was a good idea?
Yeah, this works.
Then when you got home and you tried it on again, how did you go, this is a good idea? Then when you got up this morning and put it on, did you go, this is a good idea?
It was cold. I said, I need a good, hardy man scarf.
You look like one of Teddy Roosevelt's assistants on safari. You look like
What would I be hunting if I was on safari? Bones. I'll give it to you. Antiques.
Better than what I was going to say.
Bargains.
You look like my grandmother in the worst moment of her life. What is...
Oh, when you were born? It's a boy. It's a big, dumb boy.
Better than what we can say about what you going on right now, because if I saw you, I can't tell.
I also want to point out, you crushed me for years for wearing a scarf.
Yeah, but you didn't have a high-end one like this.
You look like a 90-year-old woman that's lost all her hair. Bro, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
This may be the longest bitch voice theater of all time.
You're right, because when you want to hurt someone in this room, you really got to crush them. Something like along the lines of...
I'm going to be Pat Duffy. I look like I run a podcast outside a strip mall that nobody listens to because I'm just a podcast outside, little podcast and little bitch.
Hey, some of those people make a good living.
They do?
Good living.
When?
Well, I mean, they can't afford, what you're wearing.
Yeah.
You look like you're waiting in line for the opening of Joanne Fabrics. We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you, we call Bitch Voice Theater, Heavens Down on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Okay, why, because you're a scared-ass bitch?
Yes.
Oh, Tommy, I gotta let the man know where I'm going with my life, even though he don't control my life, because I'm a scared-ass 1% lover little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm dressed like I'm going to hand you a religious leaflet this morning because I want to tell you about the future.
See what Jesus does to your mouth when you try and hurt people?
Well, that's why I need to listen to you. Because I look like a religious little bitch.
So why don't you do it then, bitch?
Because I'm a bitch.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I can totally dine and dash high-end steakhouse with cocktails, but I won't do it because I'm scared of my name in the paper because I'm a scared-ass spoon-wearing little bitch.
I mean, a little lamb chop like me can't go in the joint. It wouldn't last an hour.
Because I got a check through my union and everything for $40,000.
Damn, you rich. You can control the upstairs and the downstairs at two different zones. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to go outside. I want to sit on my couch because I hear there's little stinks and they'll bite me out there. So I'm going to be a little couch turd because I'm just a couch turd sitting little boy with my kettlebell.
Oh, you do this at Kimmy?
No,
go
I
ahead.
can't.
No, go ahead.
Legally, I cannot.
My name's Tommy, and I got great kiosk jokes, and I didn't realize it until Kimmy set it up, and I tried to take it, and I blew it because I'm a scared-ass nut kiosk game little bitch.
My kiosk is for men only.
And that concludes another rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
You look like two high schoolers in the 50s are about to race for the right to date you. We got ourselves an East Side crime story.
So what happened?
Parenton, to be specific.
Oh, that's a nice area.
Around 1:30 in the morning a few weeks ago, a couple says they were woken up to find a man inside their home stealing from them.
Bam.
The
Burglar.
The male suspect, according to police, was going through their dressers and jewelry box.
Wait,
like
in their room?
bedroom.
We can assume, right? I mean,
Right,
that's where you keep
The
your
dresser
dresser.
would be in your bedroom.
That means these people woke up to a stranger in their bedroom, it sounds like, at 1:30 in the morning.
Bold.
Damn.
Couple of questions right off the bat.
Yeah.
One, how deep of a sleeper are you?
You got to be, and obviously no dog in the house.
Yeah. Now, maybe there are people who have had this happen to them and they don't wake up right away. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. But, Tommy.
But how ballsy is this dude?
Okay,
man?
second question. How brash is this criminal? They are asleep in their room, and you are going through their stuff. I'm afraid to go in my room, and my wife is already asleep.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right?
So that means you had to have left your door open. Unlocked.
I mean, it could have been one of these like newer builds, right, where the door is made out of crackers. I got one of those.
Okay.
You can open the door completely silent. The door may not even exist. But like, how did this burglar think he would get in, get what he wanted, and get out?
Well, it sounds like he
undetected?
got pretty close to it because he was already in the house and into the drawers.
Out of context, that sounded terrible.
I know.
But third here,
Yeah.
I mean, these couples, this couple here, right? On top of being terrified, after everything was done, you would have to feel very lucky because you were completely passed out and you woke up safe.
Yeah.
Because based on the story so far, and we'll finish it here in a second, that suspect had the opportunity to do whatever he wanted in this situation.
Yeah.
He could have really hurt these people, right? But he didn't.
Yeah.
So on one hand, this is horrifying. But on the other, this also might be the luckiest day of your life.
All right. Yeah. True.
Right? I mean, look, if
you
this
still got your life
Yes, if this guy wanted to, look, this sounds terrible. He could have killed these people in their beds.
in your sleep.
They would have never known.
Right.
He didn't. Authorities say when the couple woke up, they, quote, watched the man leave.
They didn't say a word.
I'm giving you what we have.
All right.
It says,
Okay.
watch the man leave. Now, there are no reports of what the suspect looks like. He is still on the run as of now. The investigation is ongoing. So, Tommy, I'm going to ask you this question.
You got it.
As you look like a woman who's going to complain that the pierogies have not tasted the same at the Ukrainian fest since your husband passed away.
Yeah.
You wake up to a man in your room with you and your wife in the middle of the night. What do you do?
So, quiet ain't going to be one of the things.
You're going to freak.
Well, there's going to be a lot of screaming.
Okay.
And then my wife's going to wake up. Yeah, I can't imagine waking up that I would be like, some kind of air is coming out of my mouth, man.
yeah.
It's going to make a noise. And my wife, the same way. Like, we're going to freak out.
Yeah,
I'm
think about
not going
this.
to sit here quietly.
Right.
Think about this. He's going to lose all visual on the guy because when the air comes out of his mouth, that scarf's going to kick up right into his eyes. I can't see. Beauregard. Kimmy, you wake up in the middle of the night. There was a man in your room. What is your first
How
move?
they stealing?
To
Granny
Tommy's
panties
point,
and
like
junk
I'm
jewelry.
What?
It looks like you stole that from someone last night and put it around your neck. You were saying, Kimmy.
I mean, I'm not playing it cool. I don't think I'd be somebody that could lay there in silence and hope they go away.
Okay.
I think your first reaction is to like
Grab the first thing you see and throw it at them.
I think you're right. Like
Grab a
maybe
lamp,
like there's like a
something.
lamp next to me.
Not
Like
the
I
good
think
lamps, but the other lamps. The one that doesn't work. At.
probably to
You
your
look
point,
like a
picking
man
something
who
up.
says not the good lamps.
Yes.
Okay, look, I get what both of you were saying. The first reaction, so you guys are initiating conflict here. You want this person
I don't think I can
Startled,
control
yeah.
myself.
Okay. Now, I know we're about to get inundated with calls of guys like, I'm going
I'll
to shoot
beat the
him.
hell out of some bitch.
Well, no, I mean, the gun people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take my gun out and shoot him. No one in this room is a gun person, so that's not an option for us, right? And also, if you're going to go the gun route, you also have to ensure when you are reaching for that person doesn't notice, and you have to hope they don't have a quicker draw than you if they have something on them. All of these things have to come into play. You want to be Rambo. You want to jump out of bed and start kicking some serious ass. But logically, it's the better play to keep lying there, pretending to sleep. Do you think you guys have the ability to do it?
Not at all.
Nope.
No.
You don't.
At first, you may make a noise because like you may be in that half I'm not a deep sleeper, but I would think like if I was and I wasn't waking up to the noise, like you might think you're still in like that, dream state.
Okay.
It may take you a second to process that this person is actually in your room.
All right, so you and I think, had the same problem when we're just doing stuff around the house. We kind of drift off in our mind.
Oh, yeah.
Like, right?
Yeah.
How many times has your wife walked in the room and startled you saying something?
Yeah,
Where
no,
I've
yeah.
jumped.
Yeah.
And that's broad daylight
Yeah.
while I'm just doing something in the garage.
Sure.
I can't imagine sound asleep. I'm going to be there all stealth.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right, man. But like the fact of the matter is, if you startle this guy and he gets freaked out, things can get out of control very fast. You are
And
now.
what if you're wrong? What if it's one of your kids looking for something? Have you got kids?
Yeah.
Kids would really throw you off if you
Right.
have, if you're usually, if you're used to being, woken up in the middle of the night by kids, whatever they're doing in your room.
Well, but see, here's the thing. I mean, not everyone's used to that. We've seen some really tragic stories of people like that have thought they were defending their homes, and they actually end up hurting one of their family members. 252-WCMF, 252-9263, story out of Parenton. 1:30 in the morning a few weeks ago, a couple was woken up to a male going through their dresser and jewelry box. It sounds like he was in their room.
Yeah.
But what's weird about this, despite the fact that they had a stranger in their room at 1:30 in the morning, which sounds like a Commodore song, it says in the report that they, quote, watched him leave.
Yeah.
So it sounds like these two kept their cool,
We're super cool.
laid there, and let him walk out, which, if you have the ability to do it, and I understand that might be impossible, you don't know how you react,
Yeah.
weirdly might be the most logical move.
But you'd have to almost be trained to do that or just be one of those kind of people.
Well, but he was also able to get into your room while you were sleeping.
Yeah.
So maybe you're just a relaxed, chilled out person.
Well, you'd have to be super, like, almost comatose chill.
I'm starting to wonder now if someone could get in my room while I was sleeping and I wouldn't wake up.
I'm a super sound sleeper. My wife is the exact opposite. Like, she hears everything.
Okay.
So I don't think it would happen. Like, she would hear something immediately.
So she would be the first one to wake up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's funny. We're getting Facebook messages. We got folks sitting on hold. A lot of people are saying, wake up your spouse and go 2-on-1.
Okay.
I mean, 2 is better than 1.
Yeah, but we're not the mod squad, man. I mean, what are we doing here?
I understand that, but like if you
2-on-1 break, buddy. Guess you didn't figure that now, did you? This chick shops at Target and Marshall's. You don't know what you signed up for, buddy, because you're about to go bargain basement.
Could you trust your wife to be in on this if you were going to try and take this guy down?
She can't trust me, man.
Well, no,
I'm going to be whopping and flopping all over the place.
You bring up another good point. If you sleep naked, it adds a whole other slant to this element.
Yeah.
Here. Like you would have to try and take down a guy with your dong flap.
Or I could just shock him with what's going on with my back.
Kimmy, do you think you have it in you?
Yeah.
If your husband, let's go. We've made a decision.
Well, she's got Brutus next to her.
I think you got what?
Brutus.
My husband?
Oh, my. No. Yes, your husband.
You look like...
How many big men are in that house?
You look like a man playing olive oil in a community theater version of Popeye.
No, but he's Omaha beef, man.
I think you're underestimating your wife's fight response.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like when she senses danger, like I would almost think like she may be the more vicious one in this situation.
Okay.
To her point, if you have kids in the house, that mama bear stuff kicks in.
Kids in the house, I don't need to even get up, really.
She doesn't care
Honey,
what
just
she
take
uses
care
as
of
a
it.
weapon.
I gotta get up in the morning.
But that's the other angle here, right? If there are kids in the house and you lay there quietly and he leaves, there's no guarantee that he doesn't end up in other rooms in the house.
Right.
Now you got a dangerous situation. So now that I'm thinking about it with my girls, I may have no choice but to nakedly attack this man.
Right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
Good, Mike. What do you got?
I got, first of all, if they broke into Tommy's house, he could tie him up with that scarf he's wearing.
It is a very 50 Shades of Grey feel, Mike.
Second of all, did you ever watch Pulp Fiction?
Yes.
That guy would become the Gimp. He would never leave my house. He'd be living in my basement in a cage.
So what you're saying is you're going to sodomize him.
No, we're going to torture him.
No, that was what they did.
Yeah, I think he got sodomized.
Yeah, the guy sodomized
Yeah.
him.
Wait, watch the movie again.
You're going to sodomize him. Whatever you
He
want.
would never be found again.
Okay. All right, Mike. What if he's bigger than you, Mike?
It doesn't matter.
What if he's got a weapon, Mike?
I'm little, so it doesn't matter. It's the ground. You know, when you wrestle, I'm a wrestler.
Well, what if he's got a what if he's got a weapon, Mike?
No, then he's going to take the shot, I guess.
Hey, Mike, look.
He's going to give it his best.
With all due respect, Mike, your plan fell apart pretty quick there, bud. You went from sodomizing a guy to getting shot in real quick time. Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Look, if you're going to make a movie reference, make sure you've seen the movie at least a couple of times.
Yeah, because that's an old movie reference.
Yeah, and that was one we didn't see coming.
Yes.
I do wonder, listening to Mike's plan, is your goal to chase this person out of your house, or is your goal to somehow contain them until the cops arrive?
That's a great question. I mean, I guess it all depends on what kind of person you are, because there are folks, Kimmy, who would feel so violated that someone thought they could do this to them.
I'm not letting you leave, or please leave as soon as possible.
Well, there's also that thought that if I let this guy go, he has the ability to go do this to other people. I don't want that.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
I just wonder which one kicks in first.
I mean, if you're asking me, I just want him out of my house.
Yeah.
Get out.
Yeah.
But we're also not the most honorable people.
True. But I'm with you.
Even though you look like a woman waiting for her husband to come home from World War II, which is very honorable. I missed you so. I love that picture of you being tilted backwards in Times Square where that sailor is kissing you on the mouth. You did this to yourself.
I just got dressed.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We are slammed with mics this morning.
Oh, it's your fantasy.
Oh, really? Scarfy? 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike 2, Electric Boogaloo. Hey, Mikey, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Good, brother.
Yeah, the reason why I'm calling, I was in the Marines for like 20 years. Thought, I knew what to do, was a gun kind of guy. And then once I went to war and came back, I found out I have this flight or fight, and the flight just freezes me. So I'm thinking that you want to survive. Who cares about detaining them? Obviously, if there's kids in the house, I'm going at them with everything I got.
Sure.
But if it's just me, I'm going to lay there, man. I can't help it anymore.
Okay, so let me ask you.
You're in a unique situation, though, where you know how you react, which I don't think most people have that experience.
I see. Okay.
So, let me look, thank God you have that.
Right,
you know
right.
that.
But even the Marines don't train you for, all right, today, fellas, what do you do? And somebody's in your jewelry box.
Yeah. Give them the jewelry. I found out, though, survival is everything.
No, I'm with you, but
everything I've been through.
Do you think you have the ability, Mike, to wake up, be startled, and not say a word?
Yes, I wake up startled almost every night, and I just freeze.
Okay.
And then I have to think about what I'm doing, and that might have saved me in that situation from just attacking the guy, and then maybe, like you said, maybe he has weapons and things like that, because I don't keep that stuff anymore,
All right, Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Have a good one.
All right, take care. You too. You know what continues to amaze me?
What's that?
Well, like the different calls we get from different types of people. And look, I'm not criticizing anybody. You want to imagine what you think you're going to do.
Yeah.
You want to be the hero of your own story, right? But consistently, Tommy, the men and women that actually have experience in having to like fight people.
Did it for a living.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are the ones that always say, I want no part of that conflict.
Yeah.
It's the folks that never really had that experience that are like, let me tell you what I'm going to do. Almost son myself.
I'm going to do to you like they did that fella in that weird movie I watched. Every scene was different. It had a sequence. How do you not know that scene? If you know that movie, it's one of the most pivotal scenes of that movie.
And it's the one that comes completely out of nowhere.
Right.
2 mics, two very different takes.
Is that what we're doing?
2 mics, 2 takes.
Yeah.
Wait, did he think that? Like he was
I don't
constipated?
What? Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come.
What's going on?
We have second and first row pair of tickets to give you to Journey today. I told you we would give you both of them in the 7 o'clock hour.
Right.
We were going to give them to you at different times. So right now,
the
phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have second row tickets. For second row tickets to Journey at the Blue Cross Arena, courtesy of Bowery Presents, February 22nd. Call us now, 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You will be sitting second row, brah. And look, there could be a little strategy here.
Okay.
Because if you win the second row tickets, you can't win the first.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you want to call now? You want to wait for one? You want to roll the dice, baby? You want to try for both? Thinking that maybe you don't get through? I don't know. A lot of people want it, Tommy.
I would take a shot now.
You're going to take a shot now?
Yeah.
Okay. You look like a man.
Rolls the dice, baby.
Yeah, no, that scarf says dice rolling.
This is Monte Carlo night.
You look like an actress who they had to change laws about cars because you got caught in a wheel when it drove by. Google that story. 252-WCMF, 8th caller. Second row tickets to go see Journey. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Valentine's Day yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And, look, a lot of guys went and did the chocolate and the candy or the flowers and everything.
Yeah.
But there are some men who decided to commit themselves forever for the rest of their lives to a woman.
Pull the move.
You got it. But the way they did it is different than the traditional wedding. And I'm dying to know, man.
Yeah.
If you found out a couple went down here and did this on this day, is that like, oh, that's great? Or are you side-eyeing them a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Valentine's Day is come and gone.
Yeah.
And for most of us, it's a day that's, pretty much forgettable, right? But for a few folks downtown,
Oh, boy.
they made yesterday one of the most important days of their lives. And it's funny because there seems to be a massive split on whether this is romantic or it's trashy.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We have our winner for the second row journey tickets. Kimmy, who's going to the show?
Brian.
Brian's going to rock out.
Well, he's going to
Brian with an I. Made sure to point that out.
Oh, man. I wish Brian wasn't going to the show now. But here's the thing. There are two more people who will rock a little bit harder than Brian with an I.
Okay.
And those people will find out that they're going to the show in just a little while because we have first row freaking tickets.
Man,
first
oh, man.
row tickets to Journey. Now, stop calling for the second row tickets, you crazy people.
Okay.
Because in just a couple of minutes, we will have front row tickets to see Journey at Blue Cross Arena, February 22nd.
Great.
So sit tight, a little bit longer. Stop calling. I see you. We'll get you those tickets in just a minute. Wink. Here in the break room on CMF. Now, you may think you nailed it last night with the flowers, the candy, or the dinner.
Sure.
But you ain't got crap
Yeah.
on people who married their spouses yesterday.
Wow.
Story on 13 Wham yesterday put a spotlight on the folks who went down to Rochester City Hall to tie the knot on Valentine's Day.
Okay.
So it's just you, your spouse, your witness, and the judge.
Yeah.
No fuss, no muss. You are now man and wife. And in the story yesterday, the courthouse said Valentine's Day is their busiest wedding day of the year.
Yeah.
So lots of people have this idea. Just in the short time 13 Wham was there, Tommy, they met and watched 3 different couples, all different ages, from all different places in our area, make their love official in front of the eyes of New York State.
Yeah.
So there are 2 things here that have set off a little bit of a debate. The first one, getting married at a courthouse, trash or genius. The second, having your wedding anniversary on Valentine's Day being a smart thing to do. And let's start with that because, Kimmy, you have a bit of an issue with Valentine's Day anniversary?
Oh, I don't. I'm saying I can understand why you would want to do that because if you're somebody who's forgetful of important dates, you'll never forget your anniversary. You get to celebrate like kind of a 2-in-1. Like, yeah, you might have to go bigger on Valentine's Day, but you're not worrying about it any other day of the year.
It's such a genius move.
I get it. I'm for it. I can't believe women are for it.
So are you talking the courthouse or the Valentine's Day?
The Valentine's Day we're getting married. Like I get like it checks off everything a guy's looking for when they get married.
Okay.
Simple.
Yep.
Not expensive. We can go take a honeymoon. We don't have all the drama, it's done.
Okay.
Like anybody that's been through a big wedding, it's work. And it's super they say a house is the most expensive thing. This is right behind it. If she gets everything she wants.
So the average wedding was it around $30,000
Yeah.
we saw? $30,000
I don't know what
the
it is
average
now,
wedding.
yeah.
Like you can just write that off.
Yeah.
So I would say I can't imagine why women would want to do it.
Okay. So when it comes to the actual on Valentine's Day, Kimmy's right. It's a genius move.
Yeah, you've checked it all off.
And every year you can knock out 2 gifts and a celebration in one. It would be like the world is celebrating your anniversary with you because everyone's in on Valentine's Day.
But I
right?
guess that could also make it less special if you feel like, this is everybody's day, not just ours.
Okay, Kimmy, you've been married long enough where your anniversary isn't all that special anymore, right?
No, I know. But I'm saying
I hope my wife is not listening.
I was going to say, but it would never just be your day.
Yeah, but even if you get married, there are literally thousands, tens of thousands of people who also got married on that same day.
I guess what are the odds that, people around you are, all flocking to the restaurants at the same time?
So that would suck.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to go out to dinner most of the time on your anniversary.
Well,
unless you planned way ahead.
Well, yeah.
Right? But
that's the least of your problems, man.
Yeah.
Go in the other direction for a full-blown wedding.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I'll take tough reservations.
All right, so you're telling me then, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, you wouldn't look at someone who got married at the courthouse a little bit sideways?
No, because I get it. Been married 3 times. I understand it.
Okay.
It's the way to go.
Okay.
Now, as a younger man, yes.
So you would have thought those were trashy people?
Or just like, you chinsed out.
Okay.
But chintz is the way to go.
So you still think it's chintz?
Yeah, but I'm pro chintz.
Okay. Oh, today you're pro chintz.
Oh, yeah. Think about this. Let's say you were going to spend anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 on a wedding.
Sure.
Think of what you could do with that coin moving forward with your life.
No, you're right.
Especially as young people.
I mean, hell, it's a down payment on. Well, it was a down payment on a house.
It still is.
Where you living, in a cracker box?
You do worse.
Take a bunch of scarves tied together and live under that.
But I mean, think of the honeymoon you could take.
Yeah, you're
Think
right.
of the memories you could make with that.
It rhymed, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's such an overblown event.
The wedding.
Yes, and the drama and the tension and the people you're going to piss off, because every wedding has some family member that is pissed off.
You're right.
Never seen it go that smooth.
But you can't assume that by you may not be able to eliminate that by getting married at the courthouse, because you're going to have family members that are
it didn't
pissed
cost me
that
30G.
that they weren't included.
Yeah, but that
You're right. You're right. There's less risk, but I think you do run the risk of pissing people off still.
Let me ask you a question then, smart guy.
Go ahead.
252 WCMF, 13 whammed as a story yesterday on a bunch of couples who got married down at the city courthouse in the short time they were there. 3 different couples, all different ages, from all over the greater Rochester area. Make it official in front of a judge. The courthouse says it's the busiest wedding day of the year every year. You get invited by some friends to come down to the courthouse wedding.
I'm a witness.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, you could also include, I think, people in the room just to be there.
Yeah, I've been to one of these.
You going?
I've gone.
I'm asking now, would you be happy to go?
God damn it, man! I thought I was out.
No. They still want you to be there to be part of their love. No open B.
That would suck.
No open B, bud.
Yeah, that would suck. That would suck, because I thought, like, since you're doing this, we're all off the hook.
No. We want you to be there to celebrate our love.
Yeah, I'm pissed at that.
You got to pay for parking.
Yeah.
It's down at
I got to
City
go
Hall.
down to the cruddy-ass courthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Okay, so then you're not pro
No,
courthouse wedding.
I'm pro. You go do it. The whole thing is, this is like eloping. You just go do your thing.
No. But Tommy, we want
I don't want to wish. What am I watching here?
them get married. It's what you'd be watching at a wedding anyway.
She ain't all dressed up. You look like crap.
You don't take care of your kids.
You don't.
Actually, no.
I don't know these other people.
2 of the 3 women that they talked to were in wedding dresses.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either.
One guy was in a tuxedo.
Yeah, why?
Well, because you're still getting married. Wait,
I think you could just go
the formal thing.
I think you could just dress nice. I don't think you need to be in the flowing. You're not Lady Di over here on a budget.
Maybe you've always wanted a wedding dress, though.
All right.
Wait, you were all for this until we start actually telling you what people do, and now you want Jimmy Buffett cheeseburger in paradise outfit for
like she
getting
could put
married.
on a nice cocktail dress, and I'll put on a jacket, and let's go down and do this, and then split for the weekend. Doesn't that sound like fun?
Isn't that what you did with your first wife?
Yep. We went to the Keys, man. I got loaded for nothing.
Well, what do you mean for nothing?
It was cheap.
Oh.
Yeah, except
we
for
were
that,
kids.
Except for that divorce on the back end.
Bro, you know what it cost me to get divorced back then?
What?
$100.
No kidding.
Yeah. It was like it was an uncontested divorce. You go down there, you pay the money, you
That's
talk
how
to the
much
judge.
she hated you. I don't even want your money.
I think I had
Not that you had any.
I think I had $200 invested in that chick.
Well, didn't she have money? She came from money, right?
No, that was
that's
goddamn
different.
money.
No, no.
He's a Jamoke to the microwave in the pool.
I think everyone needs like a sheet to keep track of Tommy's former marriages and engagements.
No, they were busted.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting on hold. Let's talk to Austin. Hello, Austin.
Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, bud?
So weddings are insanely expensive because I'm in the middle of planning one for this June. Our food bill alone is 10 G's.
Holy crap!
That's what you're going to take afterwards.
Wait a minute. 10
Hey, what do you get? What are you serving for 10 G?
Well, delicious food because we just went to a tasting this past Saturday. It's
Oh, so
going
you
to
just
be
got
at the
back to this
Pomona at
tasting.
Blue Barn. It's going to be at the Pomona in Hilton. Great food. But it's going to, I'm kind of stressing out here. I got more gray hair than I should for my age. So, yeah, it's expensive. So I could totally see why people want to just go to a courthouse and get married.
And you're paying
A lot
this bill.
cheaper.
So y'all are paying the bill yourself.
Yes. Yes, we are.
10 G for food, man, for one night.
All right, Austin, your lady, I'm sure she's a fine gal, because
Yes.
she's marrying someone as cool as you. If you were to go to her and say, let's just go to the courthouse and do this, would she be receptive to that?
She's actually said that to me multiple times.
So what are you
as I
doing,
have to
stupid?
her.
Yeah, why
What
don't
are
you
you doing,
walk?
stupid, Austin?
He probably has like family and pressure, I'm guessing. Is that what's...
We have about 100 or so people coming over to New York from other parts of the country just to see us get married.
Okay, so to not disappoint them, you decided to spend $10,000
But that's
on
not.
food.
That's just 10 G
Yeah,
on
that's-
food.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great wedding. You guys are invited. You guys can provide comedy if you guys want. Anyway,
the comedy's when you get that bill.
Tommy's got the scarf for it. He's ready.
It's a quarter way paid off, so we're doing it somehow.
Attaboy. Well, hey, look.
He makes it sound like a Dodge Durango. I got a quarter of that son bitch paid off, man. 54 more payment. Bitch is mine.
Tommy, at least my plan is only be married once compared to your 3 or 5 times.
Says every first-time marriage guy, douche.
Austin, congratulations, buddy. Good luck with your bill. I hope it all works out.
Oh, fuck yeah. Good night.
Oh, Kimmy. For God's sakes, Austin.
Austin with a filthy mouth.
Bye, Austin. It's the second dump we've had. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. 252 WCMF. We were talking about getting married on important days.
Yeah.
Valentine's Days, her birthday, Christmas, so you never forget it. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Oh, no, it's Daryl. Darryl.
Man, how did Kimmy screw that one up?
Sorry, Daryl.
Daryl, go ahead, buddy.
I don't know. No, that's all good. I just called. I actually married my wife on her birthday.
So you
we eloped in New York City.
Okay, so you went to the courthouse and did this in New York City on her birthday.
No. We went up. The story is her brother lived there. He was dying, and he wanted to see us get married. So we went up there, and one of his friends married us at Fort Tyrone Park in Upper Manhattan.
Oh, okay. All right. That's cool.
It was nice. It cost me a little bit more on, her birthday because it's our anniversary, too. But, a couple years ago, we went to Vegas for it and that.
All right, so here's the problem with birthday, though.
Yeah.
And Daryl, it's a great idea, and I'm really happy for you and your wife and everything. Valentine's Day, there's commercials. You walk in the store, you see flowers everywhere.
It's a romantic holiday.
Her birthday is not a national holiday.
No.
So you run the risk of spacing at the same time on her birthday and anniversary. It's a dangerous game you're playing.
She got the best gift she could ever have, me.
Joe, I'm going to let you go on that one, buddy, but thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Or Daryl, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Daryl. Have a good rest of the day. We should have dumped that.
Yes. Yeah.
How many times do you think he has to say that at least once a year?
Her gift is me.
Yeah.
You got the best gift ever get. Me.
Yeah.
Daryl. You got Daryl for your birthday. And you know what would be hard?
What?
Every year on our anniversary, not to put a bow around my penis and be like, look what I got
you know he did it. You know he did it once.
But look, I can't criticize him because I think I would do it.
Yeah, try pulling it off.
You don't double knot that sucker. 252 WCMF. As we get into this whole getting married at the courthouse, getting married on Valentine's Day, what percentage of women do you think would be okay with a courthouse wedding? Because you said low, but both people that we talked to, the women were cool with going to the courthouse.
I would say most women, especially if it's their first wedding, would want the traditional wedding, especially if she's got a family she's close to.
Okay.
That would be the tough one.
Okay.
So but I guess if she doesn't have that, let's say
that's how I lucked out.
Yeah.
Her family were such a-holes.
Yeah.
And my family were such a-holes.
You don't even want anything to do with it.
It was perfect, man. $100, we're done. Let's get to Key Largo, baby.
You are so
Rum runners on me.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Armand. Hey, Armand, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, man?
Yo.
So, the wedding, it's overrated. The whole traditional thing's overrated. Me and my wife went down to the courthouse. Simple, I think it was like $100. That was it. Went to the Bahamas for the honeymoon.
Damn.
The thing is, the traditional wedding is for everybody else. It's not for you. You don't even remember the day or really celebrate. That's why you take thousands and thousands of pictures to look back like, oh, Uncle Joe was at the wedding, or Aunt Suzanne and stuff like that. But
All right, but Armand, you do know, right? All of your family members whisper behind your back about what a cheap-ass fuzuck you are. You know that, right?
Yeah, they still do. They be like, man, I ain't get an invite to the wedding. I'm like, nobody did. It's not my fault. Nobody did. My wife wanted to go to the courthouse, and that's what we did.
Okay, so your wife was the one that wanted this.
Yeah, and she did. And, I was like, man, we got to do a traditional wedding. I got this huge family, we got to take care of. And then, after I seen some numbers, I was like, yeah, I think that courthouse looked good.
But see, here's the thing, Armand. I remember you saying you were going to have a party and the food was going to be good and we'd all be invited. And we just find out you got married.
I sent the invite to you on a tweet.
I didn't see any tweet. You were telling me how good the food was going to be. I didn't see nothing. Nothing.
Man, You played me. It's all right, though.
Cheap
Next
ass
time.
Armand tells us we're coming. No party.
This is how fast it went. You can just come to the baby shower, just bring a gift. That's how fast we move.
Damn.
Congratulations, buddy. Thanks for the call, man. Have a good day.
You too.
There goes cheap ass Armand.
I will say the more scaled down, if you're gonna have a wedding, if it is scaled down, the food is always better.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, because you can probably. I mean, you're going to be more selective.
It's
with
more
it,
home
probably,
cooking,
right? Yeah.
and it's delicious compared to like that catered carving station stuff.
It is funny though when you get two different cultures because like my wife is Jamaican, I'm Irish.
Yeah, you had great food at your wedding.
But they didn't go together. The
Yeah,
food
but
was
you did a bit of
fantastic.
work.
I don't think you care if you have options.
It was really funny to watch because my family it doesn't get more Irish than my family.
Yeah.
Right. Like nobody likes spices.
Yeah.
Right. So like to watch my family like walk over like the jerk chicken and the ackee and the fish, right? And,
Their eyes are watering.
But like here's the thing,
running.
they could see the eyes on them from my wife. So like everyone got along great and they want to participate, but like the slow grab for this looks like the most normal thing possible. I will have this, please.
Because every time my wife and we go to one of them fancy ass weddings, the food is like super ass small, and then that's it.
Yeah, you're right.
And they cut the bar off after 2 hours, and that's it.
So Tommy is
I
saying,
don't think you enjoy small food. You were built for small food.
But the bar.
Oh, all right, a bar.
Let's take a break. It's time, baby.
What's that for? Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Been waiting all week
Come
for
on.
Thursday at 7:49.
All right.
Journey, February 22nd, Blue Cross Arena, courtesy of Bowery Presents. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We gave you fifth row tickets. We gave you fourth row tickets.
Yeah.
We gave you third row tickets. We literally just a moment ago gave you second row tickets.
So this is it.
Here it comes. Front row, baby. Front row. You can smell Journey.
Sniff them.
Don't stop a sniffing.
Sniff them boys.
222. Oh, no, excuse me. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We will take the eighth caller. You. I said front row. For John at the Blue Cross Arena. Eighth caller, 252 WCMF. Tickets again on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Best of luck. Front row, bitch. From your friends here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
There was a local guy done good. He's playing in the NBA. His team is not doing well, but people want him.
All right.
They want him. He's going to have a successful career. That is if he can get over being arrested yesterday at
Wait,
the
that was
arena.
him?
You didn't see that story?
That's him?
Bro, this Kimmy. No, we haven't seen the video yet.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the video yet.
Is there video or was this
There is video.
Okay.
Because the NBA is reviewing it. But this sounds like one of those stories that is massively overblown.
Okay.
And in fact.
Yes, but unfortunately he has the past incident.
But here's the thing. He was bleeding in the past
No, I
incident.
know. I'm not saying he wasn't justified.
We'll tell
Just
you.
saying two doesn't look good for him.
We will tell you why local NBA star Isaiah Stewart was arrested in Phoenix at the arena yesterday. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Prides of Rochester, New York.
Yeah.
Found himself in some trouble yesterday. But it's weird you see an NBA player arrested at an NBA arena.
Was it at the game?
It was before the game.
Wow.
We're going to break down everything that happened. And Kimmy's right. People that don't know this guy or aren't super familiar with him.
You just know he's been involved in some things.
But there's a difference between on the court and off the court.
Yes.
And here's the thing. It is funny. Like, the people that were killing this kid yesterday, one of the biggest complaints I hear from guys that don't watch the NBA anymore, it's not bruising like it was the 80s.
Yeah. Give me the old Pistons.
But he's that guy.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We have our first row ticket to Journey winners. Who's going to the show, Kenny?
Bruce.
Front row Bruce.
Bro, Bruce is a guy who should be front row for Journey.
He'll be sitting next to other Bruces.
Sorry, everybody. We really appreciate it. But if
you ain't Bruce,
if you're looking to win something, we can still help you out.
Where you at?
Well, you can head right now to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Santana and Counting Crows at Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse. July 24th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Rochester's own Kearney grad, member of the Detroit Pistons, Isaiah Stewart, was arrested yesterday in Phoenix.
So what did he do?
So it happened in the arena before the Pistons were playing the Suns. Isaiah Stewart, who was already scheduled to miss the game with an ankle injury, reportedly got into an altercation with Suns player Drew Edmonds. Drew Eubanks. I don't know why I said Edmonds. Drew Eubanks. Eubanks said before the game he was coming into the arena. Stewart was there, and they got into an argument. According to reports, they were chest to chest when Isaiah Stewart threw a punch.
Okay.
Security then intervened. Quick sidebar. How'd you like to be those security guards?
They better be big.
Eubanks is 6'10", 245. Isaiah Stewart is 6'8", 250.
Holy Christ.
What are you doing to break up that fight?
And how?
Please stop fighting.
Yes.
So Stewart was arrested.
So did you guys have bad blood between them from before?
I haven't heard
I
this
wasn't
story.
aware if they do.
Now the Pistons suck.
Pistons are the worst team in the NBA.
Historically sucking.
Yes, they set
so
the
I wonder
record.
if it was something about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but this seems more personal.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But then again, I like Kimmy, I haven't heard any interaction between these two before that would lead to something like this. So Stewart, he was issued a citation, technically arrested, and then released.
Okay.
So he wasn't like locked up or anything. Eubanks, the man who was
Got slugged.
Yeah, played in the game last night.
All right.
So there is footage of the incident. We haven't seen it yet. The NBA says they're going to review it to see if there will be further discipline. But Kimmy brought it up.
What's that?
The reason people seem to be piling on Isaiah Stewart is there was an incident a year ago.
What did he
where
do?
He was suspended 2 games after, in-game, LeBron James bloodied his face on the court. And Isaiah Stewart did everything he could for like 90 seconds to try and get to LeBron.
Yeah, he must have caught an elbow or something, but oh yeah, he's got a lot of blood streaming from the side of the eye. Look, here goes Stewart. Yeah, I think he's a little upset. It was along the free throw line on the free throw, and he's still trying to get loose. He is knocking over. He's out of the game without question.
So LeBron elbowed him in the face.
It looked like an elbow. He cut him somehow.
Yeah.
So then what was LeBron doing while he was trying to get to him? He was
standing there.
Were they like circling the wagons around
Yes,
LeBron?
you're not going to let anyone touch LeBron, right? And LeBron's not the kind of guy who's going to throw a punch. So in that instance, LeBron was suspended a game. Isaiah Stewart got 2 games, but
He got 2 games for getting elbowed in the face?
well, I mean, he did.
It was the fact that he had to. I mean, he
Right.
couldn't come back into the game. He had to leave the court.
Yes, and like.
Please
couldn't
stay
calm
in
him
your
down.
seats.
Well, it happened in Detroit. You remember what happened in
I
Detroit?
watched that. That was a really good documentary.
So that's drama.
Yeah.
What we just told you is drama.
So he's got a little bit of a hothead.
Well, but that getting bloodied by LeBron James, I understand why you want to try and kill LeBron
But
James.
you're going to be you're right, but you're still going to be labeled a hothead. If you got 2 incidents like this, you a hothead.
Okay, fair enough. But the drama isn't even over yet.
What happened now?
So after the altercation, the
What, he go after his
Suns,
parents?
the Phoenix Suns put out a statement.
Yeah.
Quote, "The attack on Drew Eubanks was unprovoked. Acts of violence such as this are unacceptable. We unequivocally support Drew and will continue to work with local law enforcement and the NBA. That statement really pissed off Pistons coach Monty Williams, who it turns out was fired as the coach of the Suns last season, the team he was playing that night, who arena he was in.
Okay.
He came out after the game.
What did he say?
He said it was irresponsible of the Suns to put out that statement. He said that we've only gotten Eubanks part of the story.
Yeah, it does put the blame on one side.
Stewart has yet to make a comment.
Mm-hmm.
That caused Suns fans to go after Monty Williams and pile on Isaiah Stewart on social media. And as of now, Isaiah Stewart, like we said, has been quiet. We got some old school basketball, baby.
Yeah, this is old. This is old Detroit.
Yes. Like, I kind of think I love it.
Well, I mean, listen, man, I haven't had any interest in the NBA in years.
All it takes is a couple of punches.
It kind of does, though, right? There's some drama going on.
Well, it is interesting. Like, one of the biggest complaints you hear about the NBA from older guys is like, they don't play those old school physical battles in the 80s. The Pistons and the Celtics and the Bulls and the Sonics.
But you remember, like, when I still remember, was it Van Gundy? He was grabbing the leg of somebody during a brawl during the Knicks game.
Yep.
And he looked like a little puppy. But it was like, but that's,
well, bro,
it's
like,
interesting.
It's funny. Like, I remember watching that stuff as a kid and being like, oh, that's just what happens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, like, you go back and watch those late 80s, early 90s brawls.
It was physical.
Some of them was like, holy crap.
Yeah, they were hitting each other.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bare fist, long arms. Just
short shorts.
Holy.
Pulling hair on legs.
You got one testicle dropping on a guy's eye. It's not good.
How we don't have multiple testicle shots from the 80s. That was a NAD league.
NAD League.
It was.
The National Basketball Association. 252 WCMF. Rochester's own Kearney grad, Detroit Piston Isaiah Stewart arrested before the game in Phoenix last night after he got into an altercation, allegedly punched a member of the Suns as he was coming into the arena. They were chest to chest, according to the reports. Stewart threw the punch. Security intervened. The Suns came out and were like, "Oh, violence is not acceptable." Coach of the Pistons like, "Shut up." So here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, when these teams face off again, Beef Stew and Eubanks on the court banging around with each other.
And it's probably going to be back in Detroit because this was Phoenix.
Well,
right?
it is a Western Conference team. I haven't looked at the schedule.
Right.
I don't know if they play each other again this year. Are you more likely to watch that game? Are you going to pop it on?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Like, can you check the schedule, Kimmy, and see if the Suns play the Pistons again at some point?
Because right now, this guy's the hero of Detroit, right? This is what Detroit kind of identifies with.
I mean, I guess if you got nothing else going on, it's something to look forward. So it's a storyline to follow.
But this kid's Detroit.
Yeah, he is.
This is what they embrace.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, you're a bad boy. But I do want to reserve comment because again, there is nothing in Isaiah Stewart's past that indicates he gets in trouble.
Well,
nothing at all.
They're going to have video of it, I guess.
And
so,
that's just it.
yeah.
Like, I don't want to be like, oh, this is awesome. And then you watch the video and it's like, oh, no.
So is this guy, the other guy from the Suns, is he pressing charges? Or because since the...
Yeah, I wonder how the...
Did they call the cops because the security was there and they called the cops?
That I don't know. So it doesn't say that he's pressing charges. And I guess you can arrest someone and then have the charges, they'll go to the thing. And yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen.
So I don't believe they play the Suns again.
Damn.
Oh, man.
And Stewart may not even be on the Pistons next season, depending on what happens this offseason. He may get traded.
Isn't the All-Star game coming up?
Yeah, but he's not an All-Star, neither is Eubanks. I don't think Eubanks is an All-Star.
Maybe they let him fight in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's a good move. Three-point contest.
You wouldn't watch that?
Dunk. I would, but it's not
Bare
good.
knuckle in the parking lot.
It's not good for your brand. There's a reason why the NBA did everything they could to get away from the brawl in 80s
and
in the first place.
Now, look, nobody cares.
It's the second most popular league in America.
It is?
Yeah.
I thought it was baseball.
No.
Really?
It's more regional.
All
But
right.
basketball is too. Look, the bottom line is this. Isaiah Stewart, don't mess with that man.
No. He's huge.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're in the
You
NBA.
say he's 6'8"?
So, again, he's 6'8", 250. Eubanks, the guy who he had the altercation with, 6'10", 245.
God damn, man.
But here's the thing, 245 sounds heavy.
That towers
But
over
when you're
Josh
6'10".
Allen,
Yeah.
who is a super freak.
Yeah. No, you're right. Let's take a break. So Ash Wednesday starts yesterday. We have our first Friday of Lent tomorrow. which means
fish fry.
That's right. We are in fish fry season, baby. And the Democrat and Chronicle does a story this week talking about the best fish fry in Rochester. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on because there are so many places that do good fish fries. But one comment underneath this story set off a firestorm of anger because if you want to suggest that no big deal, you're going to have to pay the fiddler.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. A tradition as old as Rochester itself.
What happened?
And that season kicked off yesterday, Tommy. As much as this exists in cities across America, we in Rochester seem to take it more seriously than others.
All right.
Because an article this week in the Democrat and Chronicle, and a take with that article, seems to have people up in arms over whether or not all of these are the same.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We are just giving you everything we can today.
It's like a blowout here.
You can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Peter Frampton at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago on March 9th. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. Must be 21 or older to win and attend a show at the Vine. We are officially in the Catholic season of Lent.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the lead up to Easter. And if you are a raised Catholic or currently practicing, you know, one, you have to give something up for the next 40 days before Easter. And you can't eat meat on Fridays.
Drop that haddock.
That's right. It's fish fry season, baby. And it started yesterday. You can't eat meat on Ash Wednesday either. And it led to the article this week in the DNC, who has the best fish fry in Rochester.
All right.
So this article is just endless because there's so many places in town.
Every restaurant does one. Every diner does one.
Yeah, it kind of seems
every
like
level of restaurant has a fish fry.
If you're sitting down, they got a fish fry.
Which is funny, though, because like no matter if it's like a walk-up shack or like a 5-star restaurant, it's always a big
They have
ass
a version of it.
But it's a big ass piece of fried fish, fries, a roll, and some tartar sauce.
Yeah.
Like it's different, but it's the same thing. And that actually is what got someone in trouble.
What happened?
Well, everyone listening has their favorite place that they insist is the best. A comment on social media under this story by a man named Rich wrote, "What is the point of this story? It's just fried fish. Whether it's McDonald's or a fancy restaurant, all fish fries are the same." And under his comment, there were 113 other comments.
So he must have got a lot of fish hate.
Lighting him up.
Yeah.
No one agrees with him, and everybody in these 113 comments underneath are arguing why their place has the best fish fry. But I think there's a fair question to be asked. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
What's that?
Is there enough of a difference where you need to try or have one fish fry over the other in Rochester?
I mean, it would have to be so over the top, right? I mean, because it's always basically the same thing. It would either have to be a different batter, and that's it.
Oh, wait,
because you're using the same fish. You're using haddock. It's always the same fish.
You're looking for a fish batter?
Fish batter.
Like a good one?
Yeah.
You're not
I mean, I love good batter.
You're not going to believe this. I just got in the batter business.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'd love some.
Oh, no kidding.
But where would I go for this delicious fish batter?
I just opened up a kiosk in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Chicken Pat's Fish Batter. Close your eyes. It's going to get sticky. Sauce. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, yeah, even like the type of fish I've never seen switched up at a restaurant.
It's always haddock.
Yeah.
It's always haddock. It's either beer battered or it's like that flaky kind.
Do you like beer batter or flake? What do you like?
Probably the beer batter.
Okay.
Because as a fat boy, I like to peel it off and dunk it in my tartar sauce.
Wait, you would peel off just the batter?
Well, no, I'd eat the whole thing.
You
but
big fatty fat?
Oh, yeah, I was a fat boy. I would do tartar sauce like Jell-O shots. And, of course, and I would think, here's the key to it, to me.
Okay.
Batter on the fish, fries.
Oh, that's what makes the difference.
The fish is the same. The tartar sauce is pretty base. I would say those are your two key. If those suck or they change that up, I'm out.
Okay, I don't disagree with your take. I think you're right. The batter and the fries make a massive difference. Right. One, your take that all tartar sauce is the same is stupid.
Well, I like straight up regular. I don't like weird ass artesian tartar sauce.
What are you talking about?
Don't step out of the tartar sauce realm.
No, I want
like they give you something other than tartar sauce.
I just want my tartar sauce to taste like traditional fish stick school tartar sauce.
No, I want a place that makes their own tartar sauce. I want fresh tartar sauce.
Homemade.
Are you old man waving me?
Yeah. Give me regular ass, fattening ass mayonnaise tartar sauce.
I'm surprised that these opinions are not reversed.
Hellman's with some relish and you're good.
Get out of my face.
What do you want? Homemade.
It tastes better when it's homemade tartar sauce. Kimmy, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, to Tommy's point, like I've never tasted a huge difference in the tartar sauce from restaurant to restaurant.
I don't F it up with spices.
You
just
don't
like a little lemony.
Yeah.
You don't know what I would give for some good homemade tartar sauce.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm looking for some quality.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
What do you
I just get in the tartar game, baby.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I just got my approval from the mayor. Malik came down. He cut the ribbon. I got a nice little kiosk in the men's room.
Wait, get out. What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Ocean to Your Mouth Tartar Sauce. Yeah, I think that's. But basically, I've never. I mean, I don't really eat them much anymore. My wife loves them, but I never had a bad one.
Okay, so you're saying there is no such thing as a bad fish fry?
I can't remember when, because bad fish sticks out in your mind, man.
No, I know. I've met your mother. But I do think that there are bad fish fries. Not in Ryan. No, I take it back. I've had bad fish fries.
Well, you guys would be too dry.
No, I mean, is this slimy fish?
Well, that's bad fish. I mean, you just got bad fish.
Okay, but it's all right. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Elton. Hello, Elton. You're on CMF.
Hello, good morning.
What up?
I agree with Tommy with the batter. It does come down to the batter on the fish fries. And for some reason, I have different places where I've had fish fries that are really good, and then there's this full factor. I eat two things, and I can't freaking move. And it's like, I want to enjoy it. So I don't know if there's a difference in the recipe or something like that, but I've had other places where I was able to eat my entire fish fry plus my wife's. We get home, and I'm still eating hers, too.
And she's crying because she's hungry, and he won't give her a fish fry back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up, woman. It's my fish now.
Own homemade tartar sauce, too. So that was
wait, you make your own homemade tartar sauce?
Yeah, my dad had a recipe. Yeah, it was real good.
Yeah, did he give it to your mom a lot?
I love how you could. Oh, so many jokes came at once you couldn't even get it out of your mouth. Much like the tartar sauce.
You guys are something else.
Elton, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. No, he does bring up a good point. There
Like how it sits.
Yeah.
Why would you make tartar sauce? It's literally the cheapest thing you could buy at any grocery store.
It's better.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're going to tell me the fine people at the Hellman's Corporation don't know how to make better than Elton's dad's tartar sauce?
I would much rather have Elton's dad's tartar sauce than. I'm not
And
saying
I guess if you make it homemade, you know how sometimes the quantity they give you is in a tiny little cup, and you're like, how am I supposed to stretch this throughout the whole fish fry?
Yes,
if
for a couple of cups.
It's a homemade thing, it's endless.
Wait. You want a couple of cups of tartar sauce? 252 WCMF. Story of the DNC this week with Ash Wednesday starting yesterday.
Yeah.
No fish, no meat on Friday until Easter for all you Catholics out there. The best fish fries in Rochester. And one guy set off a flame war after he commented underneath, what's the point of this story? It's just fried fish, whether it's McDonald's or a sit-down restaurant. All fish fries are the same. There is a single rule you always have to follow while eating a fish fry.
What's that?
You have to get it at a sit-down place, and you have to eat it there. Because as good as it is,
does not hold up.
Well, no, fish doesn't travel.
Fish don't travel.
They don't. You got to eat it immediately.
You got 15 minutes out of the fryer. And not only that, if you're going to bring it home, whatever vehicle you bring it home in will smell like fish for days. That fish smell sticks in your car.
It does.
What?
No, nothing.
What, you got nothing? You got
No,
nothing?
I got nothing.
And then you open it in your house, and your house gets all fished out.
Oh.
And if you don't take out the garbage as soon as you throw out the leftover stuff, it's even worse. Your house will reek of fish fry.
Yeah, just leave it there.
My wife loves to bring fish fries home, and it's disgusting.
Yeah, my wife too, because they got to take it home. I'm going, and you're not going to eat it.
Yeah, because do you eat it cold?
No, they don't. It gets thrown out the next day.
My wife puts it in the oven.
Okay, so I was going to say, when you rewarm it, you can't put it in the microwave.
Doesn't the styrofoam melt?
So there is this fish fry place that's famous in Skinny Atlas. And my daughter plays travel hockey, so we go out there a bunch.
Yeah.
It's called Doug's Fish Fry. And she loves this place. And every time we go, she wants to stop, but she doesn't want to eat there. So when we are coming back from hockey, she will drive a fish fry an hour and 15 minutes.
Does she eat it in the car or she'll wait?
No, she'll wait.
No, you don't want to eat that in the car.
It's ruined.
That's what I'm saying. And the car is just going to reek of freaking fish.
Right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barbara. Hey, Barbara, what's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. First off, I love that Tommy is sporting a Mr. Furley Three's Company collection outfit. That's beautiful.
They don't get the reference, bro.
Boo.
But
my
uncle moved down to North Carolina, and whenever he would come back up to visit, he had to have a New York, New England style fish fry. He said the type of fish they use down there and the batter, everything is completely different and off-putting.
So in the South, it's always catfish.
Yeah, catfish or now tilapia and stuff like that. But here, you got to use a good cod or a good
haddock.
but there is no comparison. It's just a regional thing, kind of like eating pizza from New Haven or New York City versus like Arizona. It just you gotta get it from the right place. That's all.
What's your joint, Barbara? Where's your go-to?
The place it's just north of 104 on Clinton called Kithnos. And
Greek
the fish fry is so big. You order one, order two. It takes two people to eat it. It's that big. And Tommy would probably like the
They should call it
broiled.
Pat's mom.
That's sour sauce. I don't like that.
Bro, I will.
He made your joke better.
Well, tartar sauce always does.
I will. Next time I see you, Barbara, in your stupid turtleneck sweater. Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Shut up.
Barbara brings up a point, and we're getting tweets saying the same thing. Like Annie says, it's always about the size. It's like the bigger the fish fry, the better for some people.
The better?
Yeah.
Well, they think they're getting more for their money.
It's kind of like, like they'll look at the portions and say, like, that's what makes a good fish fry.
We're getting a lot of votes for Wegmans fish fry.
I didn't know they did.
Yeah, they do fish fries.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked in prepared foods.
Yeah.
And yeah, they did them on Friday. We did them on Friday.
All right.
They're big. A lot of fries.
Okay.
Bill writes us on Facebook. He says, you're talking about where to go, but what about making it at home yourself?
What a chintz ass bitch. Homemade fish fried sour sack.
He goes on. He says, it's easy. It's the best tasting.
It's easy.
Freshest fish fry you can get. Bread, fry, and you're good to go.
Man,
So I have had a really good homemade fish fry. My brother's father-in-law will go out, catch the fish, bring it home, make the fish fry for everybody. The thing is, though, it's a lot of work for him.
That's like a ton. You got to fish, clean the fish, cook the fish.
And it's amazing, but it's something you only do once in a while.
That's the amount of just cleaning your kitchen afterwards, getting all that fishy
Bro,
splattered all over.
If just opening the fish fry in your house makes it reek of fish, I can't imagine the smell.
Yeah, bringing in raw fish, breading it and frying it in the house.
You know, when it comes to the place that you think is the best, the one argument for places having better fish fries than others, there are places who have been open doing mainly fish fries for decades in this town. And the neighborhood joints, a lot of them on the west side in Irondequoit where all the Catholics were piled together, right? They still get packed to the brim on Fridays, February, March, and April.
Yeah.
If you grew up in Rochester doing the fish fry thing, odds are there was one place where was the one place your family went every time, Kimmy?
They switched it up a lot. I don't think we had one specific place we went. We would even do the Wegmans one sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because we went to the Ugly Mug in Shiloh. That's where we went for our fish fry.
Where you'd fit right in. Wait, there's a place called the Ugly Mug?
It's not there anymore. It's actually
a fabulous name like that.
It was right next door to the Bill Gray's Tap Room that we go to for Bills games. Yeah.
Damn.
But it was right. I love that place, man. In fact, when I was a kid, this is how old your ass is. When I was a kid, they used to have those urinal cakes with your face on them that you could pee on in the men's room.
You're kidding me.
I hand to God.
Oh my God.
Because I remember looking at it and being like, "Who is this ugly, small, sad? Hey, I saw him at the college."
Was that your first boner?
Yeah, for your face on a urinal cake. It was my first boner. But I'd kill. Here's what I want to know.
What's that?
Were the fish fries at the Mug that good?
Yeah.
Or was I young and just loved to be out of the house having a meal?
It has to be that because, bro, seriously, how many times did your parents take your family out to eat? You said your mother couldn't cook, so I'm guessing it's more like anything would have tasted good to you because you were a squalor child.
Squalor child.
Yeah.
No, I think it was good. And I know there are other people that had the Mug fry, and they love the Mug fry, and it was delicious.
Because I can remember with my second wife, we used to go to that diner up on the ridge by East.
Oh, yeah.
That place had great fish fries. And that was just a regular diner.
But it was a Greek fish fry, so it came with olives.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break. So, Ash Wednesday yesterday with Valentine's Day. You got your first fish fry Friday tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then next week, if you have kids, the kids are officially on their February break. You might even have President's Day off if you got a nice kind of job, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with that time comes trips for the kids, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Kimmy, this is a new phenomenon. I don't remember this being a thing when we were in school.
Well, I remember families going away, but it wasn't away.
You're talking about
it was
a destination.
a drive away.
So we have the top destinations from a story on News 8 for February break.
I couldn't believe this list.
This is insane.
No, it's got to be for rich people.
Well, no, I don't know.
Well, if it made the top list, I would think it's more common. than maybe we think.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. When the hell did this happen?
What happened?
Well, next week, kids in the greater Rochester area go on February break.
Okay.
And when we were kids, Kimmy, February break was a strange vacation because you weren't looking forward to like a holiday like Christmas.
Yeah.
The weather wasn't getting nicer like spring break. It was like days off for no reason. But at least according to this article, it's not that way anymore.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you can head to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Santana and Counting Crows at Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse, July 24th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. So News 8 ran a story this week.
What did they say?
The top February break destinations for 2024. Like vacations.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, this is weird. I don't know about you guys, but when I was a kid, February break wasn't vacation.
You were just home.
Yeah.
It was like a bleakcation.
Yeah, like you laid around the house, you played outside with your friends in the snow
Your parents
a little bit.
worked, and that was it, right?
Yeah, no one really went anywhere. And if you did go somewhere, it was like to see family, maybe?
Well, yeah, I guess February break, you weren't taking like the Myrtle Beach trip.
Still too chilly.
So you're saying, so you're saying people are now going like full-ass vacation.
Listen to the top places they name for destinations for February breaks for families. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Number 1, Caribbean cruise.
God damn, man.
For the family.
Wait, that could be 40 G's.
Well, I'm guessing if you're taking a February break, it's you have kids, right? 'Cause
But
you're
that's
waiting
like
until they're
prime,
off school.
But you're paying like prime time to go on a cruise.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's adults and kids, airfare, and a few days on a
How?
boat. I don't know. They go on. Orlando.
Disney
There's
World.
a Disney. That's
I
more
guess
than a
expensive.
cruise.
Yeah.
I do remember kids going to Disney. I don't know if it was February break or spring break, but that was the time parents would go to Disney World.
All right. This list is about to get more ridiculous.
Wait, that ain't the top shelf?
No, because like Caribbean Cruise and Disney, you see on people's Facebook pages sometimes. Like those are family trips. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime family trip, but it happens. Down the list. You ready?
Yeah.
Punta Cana, Dominican Republic.
Wait. At a country.
Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you. Sydney, Australia.
Yeah,
No
that
way.
popped
That's
up on
like
there.
top.
And Madrid, Spain.
So random.
How does Spain and Australia show up?
Beats the hell out of me. These are the top places.
Think of the flight from Rochester to Sydney, Australia.
Oh, they got a direct?
Yeah.
Come on
yeah.
down to the
Direct-
Rochester Airport. Lights and direct flights to Sydney.
The amount of traveling, to your point, you would do in a week. Less than a week, probably. if
You
your
would need
kids
more
coming
time.
Back to school. Yeah.
You'd have to pull them out early. And it's Madrid, Spain. What do you end up bullfighting?
252 WCMF. Who the hell is taking their kids on February break to any of these places?
You had to be super rich. Those are millionaire trips.
No, but these are the most popular resorts, most popular
Yeah.
destinations, Tommy, according to
So
this
people are
study.
just blowing money they don't have?
Like going back to what you said, Kimmy, the only one on that list that makes even a tiny bit of sense is Orlando, because as a parent, you feel a lot of pressure to get your kids to Disney at some point in their lives.
But it's also kid-friendly.
And that's the time to do it. Yeah.
Madrid, I'm guessing, ain't so kid-friendly because I think they got bulls like running in the streets and they gore people in berets.
Like, I don't really remember kids having that type of experience during.
I don't know any adults that have that kind of experience.
Yeah, like I mean, I remember kids like going on cruises. Whoa, your parents have cruise money.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, and it's funny to look back on what cruise money is now because there are cruises you can find for like $150 a night.
Yeah,
which is still expensive when you add it all up, but. Compared to these other vacations, right? Sydney, Madrid, Aruba.
Yeah.
What the hell happened to February break? And more importantly,
out of control.
What the hell happened to the family vacation?
The budget.
All right, Kimmy, let me ask you a question because you can't be asked this question because you are a rich, spoiled ass, bitch ass kid.
And I took some nice vacations with my parents.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not even close, man.
Kimmy, can you remember how many times you had been on a plane before the age of 17?
Well, I did have family that lived out of town.
Ooh, look at the rich girl.
I have California.
So like my
Jet
aunt
setting off with Kimmy.
lived in Atlanta.
Kimmeth.
We went there a couple times.
Your parents had Atlanta money?
But even then, we drove. I do remember
Okay,
driving
so you
a
didn't
few
fly.
times.
So Ted Turner wasn't hooking you up.
Didn't know who that is.
Yeah, I was like a little kid. And I think a reason my parents really didn't want to go to a lot of those places, especially the ones on that list, was it's a lot more work for the parents. Whereas if you're at Disney World, everything's centered around the kids. I don't know what you can find at a lot of those other places where it's all about what the kid wants to do.
It's a great point. Like going back to the plane ride thing. Before I was 17,
yeah,
I took one plane ride. when I was 14 years old. And it was a vacation with my dad and my brother to Pasadena, California. And we stayed for free in my great aunt's house. And it wasn't my dad's great aunt. It was my mom's great aunt who my dad had met.
So he just
And your
totally
mom didn't even
mooched.
come?
No, she didn't. And he met her one time before
King
when the
Mooch.
Super Bowl was in Pasadena when the Bills played the Cowboys. And he brought 5 of his buddies
Oh, that's the same one?
to stay in my mother's great aunt house. But that was the only plane trip I ever took as a kid. And it's only because we had free place to stay on the other end. Like the rest of the places we went, Kimmy, to your point, we drove. And the same thing happened with all of my friends. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, it was like cafeteria breaking news. You know, Bobby's getting on a plane. And we're talking the 90s into the 2000s. It's not even like I was raised in the 50s.
Wow.
Who can afford this stuff right now?
That you can't. There's no way you can afford a trip to Australia on a regular income.
No, you ain't got regular income Australia money?
No.
$60,000 a year Australia?
You'd have to be a millionaire to afford to take a family to Australia.
I don't know.
The flights alone have got to be thousands of dollars a seat.
The flight cost would be nuts, but I do wonder, would it be easier to entertain a kid now, though, on a flight than it was when we were kids?
Well,
Only just because of, like, cell phones and tablets. Like, I wonder if our parents just didn't even want to deal with us on a flight.
But that's still a 30-hour flight, probably.
Oh, those, yeah, that's
You think
nuts.
so? 30 hours?
So you probably had to, like, fly
depending on
from
where you
here
fly from.
to, like, Los Angeles to Sydney, I'm guessing?
Okay. 30 hours. That's a lot less than 30 hours.
No, but you have
Total
layovers.
Traveling time-wise.
No, I think that flight look at the flight from L.A. to Sydney is probably like 20 hours.
No way.
I think he might.
Bro, it's...
No, 20 hours.
Do you know where Australia is?
The
It's
longest,
15 hours.
Okay, the longest
Yeah.
nonstop flight in the world is 18 hours. I know that for a fact.
Okay, so you got... All right, so when you get to... So when you get to L.A., you have another 15
Yeah,
hours. Let's
that's
say you
true.
leave Rochester.
Okay.
You don't fly directly to L.A. You go to JFK. Then you go JFK to
Yeah.
L.A. Then you go to Sydney. You're flying for 2 days.
Okay.
That is so miserable with sweaty, smelly-ass kids. And then what are they going to do in Australia?
Sit in the pouch of a kangaroo?
Yeah, there you go. Climb that bridge.
252 WCMF.
They throw it at you.
Kimmy, can you Google or just look up just for fun? Tomorrow, a flight to give me Tuesday, a flight to Sydney, Australia from Rochester, New York.
Per person.
252 WCMF 252-9263. News 8 runs a story this week. The top February break destinations for 2024. And it's insane. The top destinations of Caribbean cruise. We go down the line. Orlando, Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, Aruba, Jamaica, Sydney, Australia, Madrid, Spain.
Spain might be fun, though. The food's probably off the chart.
Yeah, you know what else would be fun? Buying a mansion. Who's got the money for that?
I know, but if all those ones, I think I'd want to go to Spain. Get some of that Spanish rice.
You know, there may be a reason why this is happening right now.
Yeah, people are just pissing their money away.
Well, no, I think it's past that. The
Right.
reason why people are pissing their money
Make
away.
memories, man.
That's just it. There's been this big push the last couple of years when it comes to raising kids. Create experiences and memories.
All right.
They're only little for so long, so you got to jam as many memorable times in as
And
possible.
memories are a fortune.
Well, that's just it. Some people see make memories as going for a hike or playing basketball in the driveway.
Mhm.
Some folks see it as 4 vacations a year to super unique places.
Yeah.
And like my dad did not care about making memories with me when I was a kid.
But you have memories of your dad.
Well, yeah.
And some phenomenal stories.
I guess when I say memories of this ilk.
Yeah.
Like my dad took us to Disney because that's what he thought dads did.
Right.
And we drove over 2 days in a conversion van all the way down to Disney and all the way back.
Mhm. He took you to a lot of football games.
He did, yeah, but that's because his buddies bailed the morning of.
All right.
Look, I laugh a lot about the stuff we went through when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I didn't know. Like,
Right,
it was
yeah,
great.
yeah,
I
yeah.
loved my childhood, right?
Right.
And there were some good times. But I could not imagine my father looking at the prices for some of these things and going,
Oh.
yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
I can't imagine a rich dad going, I ain't killing myself. I didn't start a business for this. I'd rather go with my wife. Leave the kids here. They're not going to, no kid's going to enjoy some international trip, right? They want to sit at the beach and they want to be on their phone. Like, they're not going to enjoy it like
Kids
I'm going to
under
enjoy
a
it with my
certain
wife.
age, yeah.
Okay, now you're being snobby. Your kid would enjoy it like I'll enjoy the
So my old man did it right. My parents took their own trip, and then they took the family trip.
Yeah, no, here's a tipperoo. Have enough money for 2 separate vacations.
Yes. Or take the one, stiff the kid.
I will say this.
Right.
So, my dad, just speaking from experience,
Mhm.
his thing was, I'm going to do what I want, and whatever's left over, we'll do with the kids.
Yeah.
So my dad used to take trips all the time. He would take my mom with him sometimes. And the amount of weekends I spent at my aunt and uncle's house or my grandma and grandpa's house.
They just dump them off.
Yeah, and like it was just like expected. Like, here you go, here come the kids, right? Like, that wasn't great as a kid. Like my grandmother, who is obviously resenting my parents, now I'm here. Like the amount of time she snapped at me, and I don't blame her, for like me asking, like, hey, can we do this today?
By the way, you asked about the cost of did you just wanted one way from
Give me one
here
way
to
from
Sydney?
Rochester to Sydney.
Tuesday.
Yo ass in Sydney.
The cheapest one I'm seeing here is about $1,300.
Oh, one way per?
But that's also if you leave Tuesday.
But there's probably a massive layover.
Yeah, there's 2 stops. The total trip time is 45 hours.
45 hours of traveler.
All right, somebody just wrote us and said their wife went to Sydney last year and it took 28 hours.
Well, they're probably on a really quick plane.
Or the last leg, they just took a kangaroo.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going to get a kangaroo joke to hit before we get out of this break.
You're actually going Rochester to Chicago to Tokyo to Sydney.
Wait, you got to go to Tokyo?
And if you want it at $1,300,
I'll just go to Tokyo.
If not, there's more expensive ones.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Elise. Hey, Elise, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, Elise. What do you got?
Okay, so I did the Australia trip back in 1999.
Ooh, I'm down under.
Ooh, I did the 3-week excursion. But on the way home, I had to fly from Cairns to Sydney, Sydney to LA, LA
Cairns,
to Chicago.
France? Wait, where did you have to fly from?
No, it's where the Great Barrier Reef is.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
So we flew from there to Sydney, 5-hour layover in Sydney, Sydney to LA, got stuck on the tarmac in the airplane for 3 hours, then flew from LA to Chicago and had to run for our plane to Rochester from start to finish. It was over 36 hours.
So you just got back. That's a misery, man.
And that was probably the scariest flight I've ever had because our plane dropped. And all the compartments opened, and everybody was screaming.
Even the
and
compartment
the only
in the front of the kangaroo. Yes, we did it. We did it, everybody.
Anyways, that was my story, and it's a long flight.
Was it worth it? Was the memory? Was it worth it?
Tylenol PM and a lot of movies.
Tommy was asking, was it worth all you had to go through to go to Australia?
Oh, 100%, 100%.
So you'd sign up for that same trip again? Same trip, same.
100%. I would so do it again.
Plane dropping out of the sky, people screaming. You take that.
Absolutely, 100%.
Your old ass ain't getting in no plane now. That was 1999. Swole ankle.
I'm only 57. I'm not that old, honey.
She's younger than you old ass.
But that's still busted for a woman.
Shut up!
Oh my God!
At least
he's so angry. He wants to go to Sydney.
Have a great one.
Yeah, you do.
You're dressed like it.
You are dressed like Crocodile Dundee this morning. 252 WCMF will take one more call as we're talking about these insane destinations for, quote, family vacations in February break. Again, the number one destination, Caribbean cruise, then Orlando, Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, Aruba, Jamaica, Sydney, Australia, Madrid, Spain. Kimmy was talking about it's probably easier to fly with kids now than it ever has been.
Well, just entertainment-wise, I would think they're not as bored.
Katie's on CMF. Hey, Katie, how's it going?
Good morning. I am wonderful because I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too, Katie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what do you got?
So mine unfortunately was vacation, but my husband was prior military and we got to go to Hawaii.
Oh, nice.
We had a 3-year-old, 6-year-old, and a 12-year-old along with 2 dogs and over 20 pieces of luggage.
Ooh.
From Chicago, we flew out of Chicago because we were in Wisconsin where I'm from. And we went to San Diego to Hawaii.
Okay, so
the only good thing was our 3-year-old finally got potty trained because we were on a plane.
Okay, all right.
But it was miserably long, and the 3-year-old who had already been diagnosed with ADHD did not want to stay in her seat for even 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's Tommy and I. You listen to the show, you probably get that. Katie, how long ago was this?
So we moved there in 2015 and had to leave in 2018.
Okay, so this was recent with all the technology and the stuff you can
And they're
entertain the kids
moving
with.
there, so hey, God.
Hey. Well, Katie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. I will say this, I was lucky enough for that to go to England with the work for the Bills game and
and
everything.
you did
right?
it with the kids, right?
Yeah. And my kids were fine on the plane. Like they were older.
But you got an older set.
But
so.
11 and 13, like those phones are like the greatest thing ever on a flight.
I'd also think girls fly better than boys because boys are more active.
Well,
they're more rambunctious than girls.
Yeah, no, my 13-year-old hockey player probably.
It's probably more of an age thing.
She's not rambunctious.
My 13-year-old is not rambunctious.
Child.
She punches me in the kidney as a hello. I'm not making that up. I've had to have several sit-down conversations where please don't punch your father in the kidney. It hurts, man.
I would just think boys in general are just more, they're up and down. They got to let
pee
it.
and blood.
Get to the bad part.
All right, let's take a break. There's an interesting story coming out of downstate involving one of the most beloved businesses from Rochester.
Oh.
Because they opened up a couple of years ago, testing out the waters.
Yeah.
Then they decided they were going right downtown, baby, and that's been a huge success.
All right.
They now have a third property.
Where are they going?
Well, we're going to tell you where.
Yeah.
And you would assume, Tommy, that getting a third property means there's a third store coming.
Yeah.
But they say that's not the case.
They're just buying property?
Well, they're not buying it. They're renting it.
Okay.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. What you doing over there, Danny?
What's that?
What you doing, Danny?
What's going on?
Well, it's weird because you would think with this news that Wegmans would be opening a third store in this location.
Yeah.
But they say that's not the case. In fact, they say it's a personal thing.
Oh.
Because lots of people decide to rent long-term old Bed Baths and Beyonds.
Really?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can head to the contest page at WCMF.com right now. And if you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Peter Frampton at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago March 9th, tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. Must be 21 years or older to attend a show at the Vine. So Wegmans has a footprint in New York City now.
Yeah, Manhattan, right?
Well, so they started with their location in Brooklyn.
Right.
Then 4 months ago, we talked about it on the show, they opened their first store in Manhattan. Both of those stores, as far as we know, have been massive hits.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was announced that Wegmans has signed a long-term lease on another property in New York City.
Okay.
It's a former Bed Bath & Beyond at 1932 Broadway. And Tommy, you know how to get to Broadway.
Practice.
So you would look at this story, Tommy. You got your first Manhattan store going well. You got your Brooklyn store going well.
Yep.
So a third long-term rental in New York City, a former Bed Bath & Beyond, would be...
Another Wegmans.
Nope. Wegmans says this property is not going to be a Wegmans store.
Ah.
So here's where it gets strange.
What's that?
This location was actually supposed to be the first Manhattan location for Wegmans.
Yeah.
But in negotiations, they said they couldn't get a deal done, so they opened up the one, I believe it's called an Astoria Place.
Okay.
Quoting the DNC from Wegmans, following the Astor Place opening, Danny Wegman learned the Broadway space was still available. He started negotiations and recently signed a long-term lease for the space. At this time, we are continuing to learn from our Astor Place store, and we will be using those learnings moving forward. Wegmans went on to say they have no plans to open a store at the site at this time, and this was a personal investment by Danny Wegman.
So maybe he's just thinking the value of the property is going to go up, so he's just going to sit on it?
But he's not. He didn't buy it. He signed a long-term lease.
Oh, no, it could be.
What's that?
Century Liquor.
In a Bed Bath & Beyond?
You could turn that into a massive, like, wine warehouse, booze. I can't think of a big place where you can buy alcohol in Manhattan.
With, like, that kind of selection, large selection.
He could have a massive wine store there.
Okay.
And he would clean up.
Tommy, it's a former Bed Bath & Beyond.
Bro, there's places in Florida they're called, it's like a wine warehouse.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, but they have like everything in there.
I understand. You know what they don't have in Florida? Broadway rent prices. There's no way you could cover the rent just selling wine and liquor.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
And alcohol, like spirits, everything?
I don't think that,
I don't, maybe because you know how like stores are they would be more condensed. So maybe it's not as big of a Bed Bath & Beyond as we're thinking.
So it's actually a lot. I just had the story in front of me and I lost it. But it was a massive Could you Google the story? Because it says in the story in the DNC how big the Bed Bath & Beyond
But think it'd be
location
so unique because there's no place like that in Manhattan.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
And by the way, if
like usually, like I can remember going to liquor stores down there with my aunt. They'd always be like these little mom and pop places. You didn't have like that place that had like massive selection.
Okay, but if there are no liquor stores like that in Manhattan, maybe there's a reason because you can't make money selling just alcohol in a Bed Bath & Beyond. In Bed Bath and wine, you're drunk.
Look, he's the first guy to put a supermarket in Manhattan, right? First guy.
No, Whole Foods has had Whole Foods in Manhattan.
Yeah, but it's smaller. Like Wegmans is huge.
Okay, like could you do it again? Come on, man. Don't even try and compare, man.
To your point, he signed a lease for it's almost 59,000 square foot space.
Yeah.
How big do you think Century is?
Probably about that size. I mean, Century's pretty huge.
It's 59,000 square feet.
Yeah. What do you think like Wegmans is? Like the big
59,000 square feet.
No, it's way bigger than that. It's over 100,000 square feet.
Kimmy's on it. Kimmy's on it. Bro, you don't know square feet.
108,000 square,
you
bro.
You talk like you know square feet.
I know
you
square.
Ain't no square feet, bruh.
The average size of a Wegmans store is from 80,000 square feet to 130,000 square feet.
Right.
Can you give us the square footage of the store they just opened in Astor Place?
That's 2-story.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You got to count both floors.
No, but that might actually be this Bed Bath & Beyond, too.
All right. But I think it would be a huge hit.
Maybe. I mean, I guess that's possible. It's also possible they're
Think of the money that's in Manhattan. selling
Why
all
is
that.
they got a lot of money down there in New York City.
They got a lot of cash
As we
for
were having an
Broadway.
argument.
The Astor Place Wegmans is 87,000 square feet.
So maybe this is too small for a Wegmans location.
Yeah, so you're selling these chumps $1,000 bottles of wine. High-end booze. I think everybody's into all this high-end booze. All these schmucks that'll come in and buy that stuff.
Well, but I mean, you have a place you go for liquor.
I go to Century.
Yes, like you go there all like.
But even he has like a room that has like, you have to ask to go in it. You need an
You
appointment.
have to ask to go in it.
Well, yeah.
Everyone else gets to walk in anytime they want. Sir, can I go in the fancy place, please?
But like you have to make an appointment to go look at these bottles of wine.
I don't think you have to make an appointment.
Yeah,
Or
you can't just walk in there.
Can you ask an employee to say, "Hey, can you let me in?"
Because there's a guy that knows what he's talking about.
Okay. Do you look at me in the face? Are you sure you have to make an appointment, or do you just simply have
You
to
have
ask?
a buddy, and so did I, that used to do this.
Okay.
Who was a big wine guy.
Sommelier is what they're called.
Yeah.
I don't know why we didn't look this up first, but the square footage of Century wines in Pittsburgh is about 45,000 square feet.
All right, so you're right there.
But you'd be bigger.
Right.
More expensive
Mm-hmm.
property, more of it.
And he jacks up the prices,
Okay,
man.
all right, fine. Why would I go to a place like that if they have to charge me more when I can just go to the corner liquor store that's a block away?
Because he ain't got the selection, man. Go enjoy your Carl Rossi, billionaire boy. You're
Yeah,
not going to
no.
be serving that on your yacht.
Yeah, it's probably hard to find really high-end liquor on Broadway.
You can't get it, bro.
On Broadway, you dumbass.
Bro, you can't get it. They just got Indian food a couple years ago.
Look, the more that we talk this out, maybe it does make sense. Again, we're talking about...
I figured it out, baby.
Shut up. Wegmans, their initial store was supposed to open at a location on Broadway. That negotiation fell through. They ended up going to this Astor Place location. That's where they opened up the first one in Manhattan. They have now signed a long-term lease at the Broadway location after it continued to stay available on the market. But Wegmans says as of now, there's no plans to open a store on the site, and it's a personal investment by Danny Wegman. But wait a minute then.
But he's paying rent.
Yes, he is.
And
But
he ain't going to let the money fly out the window.
But here's the thing. If it was supposed to be a Wegmans in the first place, this would have been a 59,000 square foot Wegmans.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Stupid. I don't know. I was thinking, is there something else Wegmans wants to try? Is there something they're noticing that's doing well in Brooklyn and Manhattan where they...
Well, the other thing they're into is restaurants.
But yeah, that's a huge next door.
Right.
It's a next door plus the house next door to that.
I mean, unless they turn it into some like vast, like food court. You know that place called Italy? It's like it has all these different Italian restaurants and stuff
Please
in
go
like
on,
one place.
Mr. Culture. Look at my
Wait,
jacket.
why
You know that
would
place
why
called
would a
Italy?
place like New York City though need a giant food court? I mean,
But they have them. They have one called Italy, which is just
Right.
a bunch of Italian restaurants in one area, and it's all enclosed.
I would just think they have whatever you want. I don't know if you'd go to a place like this for food.
Well, no, I will say this. When we were in England, we went to this high-end neighborhood.
Ooh, I was in London.
We went to this high-end neighborhood.
Yeah.
And they had taken an old church
Yeah.
and converted it into exactly what you're talking about.
And all the food's already blessed.
And it was a lot of like high-end.
Right, but it's like small. Yeah, he
Yeah.
could turn it into one of those joints.
I mean, that's not a terrible idea.
And you know how they're good with their food,
Yeah,
baby.
no, I hear they send everyone that's ever worked for Wegmans to Italy to go study something.
Bro, those people are in and out of Tuscany all the time.
You remember when I went to Tuscany when I worked in prepared foods at Wegmans?
They're not gonna schlub boy with your mac salad.
That's where I learned to scoop mac salad the Italian way, where you just go, oh, 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 I dropped it, oh, oh. Tommy, we know that real estate is expensive. Hell, we just told you about this store.
Yeah.
But we're talking like average, everyday people that need to buy a house. And the housing market continues to climb. Houses are getting more and more expensive every month. And it's
still nuts.
Kimmy, nuts is not the word to describe it. People are desperate for a place to live, especially in the state of New York. And that will be made very clear when you find out what people in New York, how many of them, New York State, are now willing to do to afford a place to live.
Really?
We'll tell you what it is.
Oh, how humiliating.
Yeah, that's actually a
it's
good question.
humiliating.
Would this be humiliating?
It sounds like it.
There are people making lots of money doing this on the side. Tell you what it is. Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Ladies, we have the perfect gift for you to give your Valentine on Thursday, February 29th.
What you got?
6 p.m. Erie Grill's Take a Leap Whiskey Dinner featuring whiskey from around the world and a 5-course meal paired with 5 whiskeys, including Sun Troy, AO World Japan, Orphan Barrel Rye Scarlet Shade, Indiana, USA Layfrog 25-year Islay, Scotland, Rabbit Hole Race King Kentucky, and Widow Jane Decadence Brooklyn. Seating is limited, and tickets are available at eriegrill.com. You want a house?
Yeah.
Let me see your dong. Next on CMF. On one hand, it's a way to put money in your pocket
Nice.
Keep a roof over your head without very much actual work.
This is great.
On the other hand, in doing this, you'd be exposing everything.
Everything.
And you could be hurting your future in ways that you can't even comprehend right now.
What the hell I got to do?
Well, Tommy, home prices, rent prices, they've never looked like this before.
Too damn high, Pat.
And it's got a lot of people turning to, or at least being willing to turn. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
To make up the difference.
So what do?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just classic rock 96.5 WCMF. You can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Santana and Counting Crows at Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse, July 24th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at livenation.com, just after 9:30-ish.
Okay, what happened?
Well, it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater, and this is a guy you expect to be the salt of the earth. He is there to save your life.
Okay.
So when you find out what he's been arrested for, it's the scummiest thing you've ever heard in your life. But it's also scum genius.
Scum genius.
Scum genius. And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. 1 in 5 New York State residents say they've considered OnlyFans to help pay for a place to live.
So that's the porn site.
Yes. Now,
That's not porn, but it's like risque.
It can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, it can be anything, but you
pay
know,
to play.
most of the time, the thing that the people are making the most money on is
Dirty mommies. There's a bunch of dirty mommies on that site.
There's a ton of dudes on there,
yeah.
too.
Who's paying for that?
No, you nobody, but there are people.
Yeah.
Now, for like the few people who don't know, you set up a page. It's like Facebook, right? Except you get naked, you film videos, you put up pictures, and people will pay a subscription fee for whatever you're willing to do. You can also have the option to send people individual photos for more money. Yeah, all
you
this
can ask
stuff.
for requests, right?
Yeah, all that stuff. So rent is so damn high.
Yeah.
Not only in the city, but even upstate where we are, that people are willing to get naked and possibly do some sexual stuff on camera to either buy a house or keep a roof over their head. Kimmy? You were looking for a house for how many years before you found one?
I would say we seriously were looking about like a solid 2 years.
And this was 4 years ago, 3 years ago, before the housing market really took off.
Yeah, it was kind of during during the end of COVID-ish.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Would you consider something like this for a place to live?
No, only
you
because
think
I
you're
don't
better?
think
You
I.
think you're better than people who
No,
do
I
OnlyFans?
just don't think
No,
I'd
she'd
make
end up
any
owing
money.
Oh, you talking
Beat
about
you to it.
OnlyFans?
No, I just don't think I would make any money. I think like there's a small percentage of people that make what they think they're gonna make.
You got to be good looking.
And the problem is you have to take that risk initially to even know what you're gonna make.
You think somebody?
I also think.
Yeah, she saved your ass there.
People have this idea. Well, I'm just gonna do like my feet because like people like feet, or like they have this idea of, like
fetish
I'll never
sites.
have to show my face.
Sure.
But again, like I think if you want to really make money on this, have it be worth it, like you have to expose yourself.
You got to show.
All right, so here's the thing. I know there are people listening right now, just based on pure numbers, that have done OnlyFans. Is what Kimmy's saying correct? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How much money is there to make? 2, I know that you guys tend to think only the beautiful people make the most money here. But if there are people willing to do
There's
things...
somebody for everybody.
And that's just it, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but you're gonna make bank off your crusty West Side cooch.
Well, I know there. Sometimes it also takes a unique idea. I think there's one woman. She's one of like the highest earners. She doesn't actually show anything. It's always her in like a different bath of whatever the liquid is, and she sells it. She sells like the bath water or like the milk or like whatever she's bathing in. She sells it in vials.
You're gonna be one sick mofo to drink bath milk.
Hey, it was a unique idea, and now she's benefiting from it.
How does it not spoil by the time it gets to the
I
person
would.
that brought the
I
milk?
just threw milk out there. I just
soaked
know
in
it's
that
other
milk, man.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about the spoilage.
Yeah.
Is it raw milk? Are we pasteurized? What are we talking about?
And I only do skim because of my cholesterol.
It's hard to figure out if 1 in 5 New York State residents say they've considered OnlyFans to help pay for a place to live, if this is a good or a bad thing. I mean, obviously having to
it's a desperate thing.
Yes, having to get naked and diddle yourself to pay rent is a bad thing. But
in milk.
Is it better than picking up a 20 to 30 hour, an extra 20, 30 hours a week at a traditional part-time job?
Well, to your point, like, obviously it'd be better just to take a couple of pictures of yourself and send them off and make money. But to your point, when these pictures get out there,
Yeah.
and you got family and grandparents and children and a job on the side and all that gets out, you may not be prepared for that kind of like blowback.
I would think that would be your biggest fear.
Yeah.
Like you think it's going to be all strangers, people you'll never come across on a daily basis, and then you realize, oh, anybody has access to
And
this.
it's out there forever.
Yeah.
You're right. But, I mean, look, as we breathe right now, ideas about work like this are changing.
Okay.
Right? Look, you're right. I think the majority of people would still judge you for doing something like
yeah.
this. You're right that there could be people that have a say in how things go for you down the road. They could see stuff like this. But, I mean, look, man, if I need 25 hours of part-time work at $15 to $20 an hour to be able to keep a roof over my head, or I can take 10 videos in a month, put up some pictures, and make the same amount of money.
Okay. And I will say this, curiosity, like everybody that knows you will probably pay to see it at least once.
And even if
just
one
out of
person
curiosity.
does, yeah, they'll share it with
Because
other
if we
people.
thought somebody down the hall was doing it, I would have to take a look.
It depends on who it is.
Oh, I don't care who it is.
Spazano.
I'd love to see Spazano. I pay good money for Scott.
OnlyFans Spazano.
That's a handsome Italian man. Full fran.
Full fran.
Yeah, you wouldn't look. I mean, the curiosity.
No,
would
I
get-
don't want to see Spazano's penis. With all due respect to Scotty, great guy.
No, but any guy.
Fantastic career, I'm sure. Handsome penis.
I would moose the chicks.
You want to see Moose's penis? Moose the chicks, like the band, or the women that work here?
No,
'Cause
but I would. Whoever it is, the curiosity would get to me. I would have to look.
Okay, but they're making money on that.
All right, I don't mind because I have to look.
No,
But
but
don't you just to make fun of them?
So you would judge a coworker that
Oh,
popped up on OnlyFans.
I'm paying and I'm judging.
Judging and a paying, paying and a judging.
There ain't no liquor stores in Manhattan.
Shut up. Why would you judge them?
Because I'm a dick.
No, but like what?
Like you know, you're gonna look for every little flaw, whatever. You're gonna kill them.
So wait, you're gonna judge their like physical appearance?
Hell yeah, man, everything.
But man, like these people, they need a roof over their heads.
Hey, you're selling entertainment.
Okay. I don't think I would judge anybody for this anymore.
I think I would actually be like happy for a friend that was like benefiting from it. Like I'd almost be a little jealous, in all honesty.
But you wouldn't talk about their flaws.
What?
Like I would say, like also I would make fun of them.
He said he would pay.
How can I make fun? What?
He just said while you were on the phone, he would pay for it to find the flaws in
I
them.
don't think so. I think I would. I don't think I would be jealous.
I'm not jealous.
Or not jealous.
Judgmental.
I think I would be a little bit jealous. I wouldn't be judgmental. Just because how can you make fun of somebody if they're really bringing in money?
I mean, she's right.
I mean, they're going to be laughing their way to the bank.
Okay, I pumped the brakes on this Spazano going to the bank with a wheelbarrow full of cash.
You already paid to see his penis. I mean, who are you pumping brakes on?
What do they charge? $10 a month?
Everyone sets their own rate.
Yeah, all right.
So some are $1, some are $50.
I'll throw Scotty $10.
252 WCMF 252-9263. 1 in 5 New York State residents say they've considered OnlyFans to help pay the bills for rent or home. It's an interesting idea.
I mean, it is hoeing it out for a house. You house hoeing.
Okay, but you ain't hoeing yourself when you're working a part-time job?
You are. Listen, everybody hoes themselves out every day. You right.
I mean, yeah, like
everybody finds their level of hoe. And that's what you stick with.
Like, bro, you had to work part-time jobs.
Bro, yeah.
Right? Like, it's brutal. It is brutal.
I've had to do disgusting things.
It kills your body. I'm just talking about the traditional part-time job. It kills your body.
Yeah.
It takes up all of your time.
Humiliating.
It's soul-sucking. Not that this wouldn't be,
No,
potentially.
I don't know.
You are exposing
What if you
yourself.
find that because you
You're good
may
at
do it like to make money for you're saving up for something like a house, but I wonder if it just becomes like intoxicating. It would be hard to stop making money doing it.
Oh, if it's rolling in?
Yeah.
Oh, you're going for it.
All right, 252 WCMF, I need you to keep your stupid mouth shut
Cool, man.
while we talk to this gentleman because he has the info that we need.
Oh. Great.
Shh. Let's talk to B. What up, B?
Hello. So I have been doing OnlyFans for over a year and a half. I am a guy. I'm not exactly a supermodel. I don't show my face. I promote other people as well as make my own content. And I never thought before I started my free page that anyone would ever pay to see me naked. But guess what? That's life. People have both male and female. I have made decent amounts of money. I still work full time in healthcare over 60 hours per week.
Okay.
Ask me whatever you'd like.
Okay, so first,
I have a question.
You go ahead. Yeah.
Did you make more money when you were working on the Wii show?
Question one. What do you post? Like, what kind of content do you put out there?
Gotta be his crank.
Anything I want.
No, okay, but
what makes you the most money?
Of service. I post all parts of my body.
Okay, so Tommy had asked, what do you find makes you the most money when you post it?
What picture?
Definitely below the belt, but that should be obvious.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking to B here. I heard you got a monster crank on OnlyFans. B.
Not even close, dude. I'm not huge, and I am more than willing to say it because I'm proud of what I have and who I am.
Hey, attaboy, I'm here with you. All right,
go for it, bud.
So when you say, like, on an average monthly basis, how much income do you bring in?
Not that much because I don't put in full-time hours. I'd say probably like maybe 1,000, maybe.
It's an extra 12 grand a year.
Nice.
Crank boy.
All right, B, have you gotten to the point where you're willing to do like private requests where people will message you and ask you for things?
Absolutely, yes.
What is the strangest request you've
what
gotten?
do you think?
I'm asking.
Backdoor.
Here's a fact. I can't say it on the radio.
Okay,
or
thank you.
people will hate you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, but so it's been like sexual stuff.
It's up there. I don't want you to have to bleep me. So.
Okay. All right. So was there anything strange that wasn't like that you didn't find like sexual, like just like odd?
I have a ton of female friends on the site who are also creators, and one request that I have heard a lot about, I'm going to try to be as vague as possible, involves a bathroom situation and a hamster. I swear to God.
That poor hamster.
Yeah, he said he's working for scale.
And all of them have refused, but this guy keeps going from girl to girl to girl, and I'm like, ladies, it's not worth it.
All right. Well, hey, man, thanks for all the information. Good luck with your average-sized penis. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one. Bye.
I get the hamster, but trying to get the wheel up there.
252 WCMF. Were you going to say something, Kimmy? I'm sorry.
No, I do want to.
Sorry,
I was on the phone for part of his call, but did he say what made him start it?
He didn't.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds
like
like it was
just throw it out there and see what happens.
And he hit.
And look, I said just statistically, there are people listening that do this. We have more. 252 WCMF again. A new study reveals that 1 in 5 New York State residents say they have considered, not would do, have considered OnlyFans to help pay for a place to live, whether that's rent or mortgage. Janae is on CMF. Hey, Janae, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. What do you got for us?
So you guys are gonna go ooh or whatever, but I worked in like the modeling and acting industry for a while, and
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed, Janae.
Oh, whatever. So I have a lot of friends who are OnlyFans models because basically, if you have a high Instagram follow rate, you're gonna make a lot of money at OnlyFans, and they're in the top 3% of how much they're making. And I'll tell you, like, it doesn't necessarily matter what you look like because they're all over the spectrum.
What a terrible thing to say about your clients, Janae. You could be busted. I got some busted clients. They're not making money too, guys.
Let's hope they're not listening. But,
you're fine.
But basically, all different types of women. It's really, if you have that high following and you're willing to do pretty much anything, you're going to make a lot. And not only OnlyFans, but there was a girl before OnlyFans was a thing who she was like selling her farts in a jar.
Yeah, we've heard this story before.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's something people like, but she was making bank on that.
Okay,
farts in a jar.
Farts in a jar. Yeah.
Men are so dumb.
Farts in a jar.
Well, no, somebody sent us a fart in a jar, and we thought it was anthrax. Remember the afternoon
But they used
show?
to sell like dirty panties in the back of those magazines.
They still sell. You can buy that stuff on OnlyFans now.
Oh, look at that.
So Janae,
She probably could.
So Janae, I mean, I guess from your business standpoint, like you manage these women and men that work in this modeling industry?
Oh no. I don't. I'm friends with it. We work together.
Okay, gotcha.
On some photos. We would do photo shoots together. So,
Okay, I understand. All right, so then, I guess watching their experience, is it something you'd consider doing, having seen them do it?
It was, I will be honest, it's tempting because you know the amount of the money they make on it, the vacations they get from it. But the kind of creeps that you already get on Instagram, it really keeps you away from doing that. And
Okay.
I only want my husband seeing all that.
Do you think your husband would be okay with it if you went to him and said,
We've jokingly talked about it, and he said he'd be more willing for him to do it.
you think he'd make money?
Oh yeah, I think he would.
Does he have well, B said he had an average size penis. Do you think he'd out penis B on OnlyFans?
The thing is, he has quite above average.
Okay. Well, you have to say that. You've already given us your name and you're on the radio. So.
But you'd have to stand next to it to kind of give it like an idea how big it is.
Maybe the guy before him, they can both do a photo shoot together and compare.
Hey, look, I don't want to know what you're into, to be fair. All right, thanks for all the information. Janae, have a good rest of the day. Thank you so much.
You too.
All right, take care.
You're forgetting all the horny creeps you're going to attract.
What do you mean forget? That's why you're there, for the
No,
horny
but like
creeps.
to her point, though,
Well,
like
no, but who you
the
have to interact
comments,
with, yeah.
all that stuff. You may not be prepared for it.
I do think that, to her point, it comes with the territory, I guess. But maybe you're not even prepared for the level of creep until they show up.
Well, okay, maybe we have a different kind of perspective because of the job that we
Right.
have,
Yeah.
right? But
But maybe it's kind of like borderline, like scary creep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I understand.
Like
what you're saying.
yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, 1 in 5 New York State residents say they have considered OnlyFans to help pay for a place to live. That's how expensive rent and being able to buy a house has gotten. I mean, it's become way more socially acceptable. Not to the point where no one's going to judge you, but you just heard from two people. One guy who does it himself admits he is not sexually explosive, not the handsomest guy in the world.
But he's
yet
making bank.
$1 grand a week or $1 grand a month, which is significant. You heard from Janae, who says women of all shapes and sizes that she knows may having success with this. If there's one listener that we have, that would be a huge moneymaker on OnlyFans.
Oh.
In fact, he was one of the top 5 sexiest dads, if I remember
no
correctly.
kidding.
I don't even have to say his name. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Good. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. So I actually know a girl that she does this, and she's in the top 0.02% of OnlyFans girls, and she makes like $4K a month on average.
Man.
So that's like 50 grand. It's an extra
Yeah,
50
that's
grand.
like that's 4 of my paychecks.
Okay, so Ben, does she have what does she have to do to get that money?
I don't even know if I can say it on the
Okay,
air,
so we got
but-
it then. I understand. I
I'm
understand
not
what you're saying.
gonna. I'm not
get it.
going to say it.
Well,
but,
no, I'm just trying to get like.
Well, she's making that kind of money. She's showing.
Well, I don't know, man. Like there are some women that guys just want to shower with gifts. It's inexplicable. We've seen it happen in our regular lives.
But to get that kind of money locally, man.
Well, no, but
you can connect with people anywhere.
The type of girl she kind of portrays, as far as I know, like I am friends with her on Snapchat, but like she kind of portrays like the e-girl type style, which is sits around plays video games, and she is very well endowed too. Just leave it at that. But
All right, Ben, I'm going to ask you a question.
Juggalicious.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Keep in mind we're an honest
What's up?
show. Keep in mind.
Oh, what do you think?
Do you pay for her OnlyFans?
I did.
Not anymore. Well, you're going through a rough time. Can't afford it anymore. I get it. I understand.
So does she know? If you do OnlyFans, I wonder if you know the people that sign up. Like, would she see your name and know you?
Did you not think about that till just now, Ben?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
She
But,
could probably
I mean,
hear you. Yeah, man.
They can see you on the cameras
Well,
now.
you gotta
man.
sell it,
No,
man.
you don't. You don't have to sell it.
I had a version of a bitch voice for Tommy this morning.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Go ahead, Ben.
So this is Tommy getting dressed this morning. I do declare, I look rather dashing in my brand new scarf. I think I'll go out with the boys and go bag myself a zipper.
I love how you set it up like you were doing community theater improv.
And scene.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tommy getting ready in the morning.
I think it goes something like this.
Any suggestions for the crowd? Anybody? Did I hear California Surfer? Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest. Well, hold on, wait. Before I let you go, I'm sorry.
What's up?
I don't mean to keep Ben on this long. Ben, you've admitted on the air. We talk to you on a pretty regular basis that you're going through some financial troubles right now.
Yes, of course.
If you found out you can make an extra $800 a month, would you do OnlyFans exposing every part of your body?
Maybe.
What would be your hesitation?
Well, I have 2 kids. That's the biggest thing.
So you would be afraid they would find those things?
Yeah, I mean, because you can find anything on the internet if you look hard enough.
Understandable, but outside of the kids, there's nothing that would keep you from wanting to do OnlyFans for an extra $800 a month.
Actually, probably I would. If I knew my kids weren't going to find it, then yeah, I probably would.
Well, ladies, you've seen them in the top 5 of the sexiest dad competition.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
What?
Let's say Ben signs up for OnlyFans.
What's that?
Ben signs up for OnlyFans. Would you pay?
Oh, absolutely.
Why would you want to see Ben?
You gotta look,
Why
man.
would you want to see Ben?
This is what he thinks is sexy. Because I have him like in some busted lazy boy full of duct tape, legs spread.
Oh. All right, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we've already started, man.
That's right. Big day of bitching. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And this is the most genius scumbag crime you've ever heard of that went down just east of us. Because there is no way you would expect a man with this job would be willing to steep this low.
Oh.
But according to his superiors and folks that he was treating.
Went to the top, huh?
We'll tell you the story next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is bad.
What's going on?
And not unlike it's an evil thing to do. Nobody was hurt. In fact, this guy was part of the crew that was saving them.
Oh.
But to even have this thought in your head, let alone go through with it if the allegations are true.
What happened?
And it sounds like they're saying he did this multiple times. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say that Ben would make more money on OnlyFans than they would. Can't even argue. You got to really hurt him. Something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to start an OnlyFans thing. I'm going to do my little kettlebell workout because you'll see how big my penis is next to a kettlebell. Not very impressive. I owe $7 because I'm a busted kettlebell OnlyFans little bitch.
You think that'll make money?
Based on everything we've heard, I think we could all make money.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Okay, why? Because you're a scared-ass bitch?
Yes.
Oh, Tommy, I gotta let the man know where I'm going with my life, even though he don't control my life, because I'm a scared-ass 1% lover little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm dressed like I'm going to hand you a religious leaflet this morning because I want to tell you about the future.
See what Jesus does to your mouth when you try and hurt people?
Well, that's why I need to listen to you. Because I look like a religious little bitch.
So why don't you do it then, bitch?
Because I'm a bitch.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I can totally dine and dash high-end steakhouse with cocktails, but I won't do it because I'm scared of my name in the paper because I'm a scared-ass spoon-wearing little bitch.
I mean, a little lamb chop like me can't go in the joint. It wouldn't last an hour.
Because I got a check through my union and everything for $40,000.
Damn, you rich. You can control the upstairs and the downstairs at 2 different zones. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to go outside. I want to sit on my couch because I hear there's little stinks and they'll bite me out there. So I'm going to be a little couch turd because I'm just a couch turd sitting little boy with my kettlebell.
Oh, you do this to Kimmy?
No,
go
I
ahead.
can't.
No, go ahead.
Legally, I cannot.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I got quick kiosk jokes, and I didn't realize it until Kimmy set it up, and I tried to take it, and I blew it because I'm a scared-ass nut kiosk game little bitch.
My kiosk is for men only.
And that concludes another rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
The story comes from just east of us.
What happened?
A 39-year-old paramedic has been arrested for stealing from the homes of the people he was called in an emergency to treat.
Oh, my God.
So authorities say he did this while working not only as a paramedic, but as a firefighter. The way authorities say he planned on getting away with it, they say he only took from homes he knew the resident would be taken to a local hospital.
So the person was going to be removed.
You got it.
So, yeah, nobody would be in the house.
And they wouldn't be back for a little while.
Oh, so he wouldn't do it while he was working. He'd go back?
No, it sounds like he was doing it while he was working. Again, the details are sparse here, which seems to happen whenever anyone like with a job title like this gets in trouble. So what we don't have in this story, he's accused of taking what we don't have in the story is how much the stuff is worth that he's accused of taking. We do know, however, he's been charged with grand larceny, which, Kimmy, if I'm not mistaken, means that he's accused of taking stuff worth over $1,000.
Yeah, I think $1,000 is the line.
So this guy was going to people's homes to save them.
Yep.
And
he did.
When they were going to the hospital, he allegedly started stealing stuff from their home. It's one of the scummiest moves you can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
It's also scumbag genius.
Sure, because you're in the house. And they're incapacitated. So that, you know what I'm saying? Like, the worlds are meeting and colliding, and you're stealing.
He had to have. If that was the case, though, you'd have to go back because how could you take it in the moment without having to carry it? You know what I mean? Like you
got a partner with you too.
Yeah,
like you're not going in there alone, so he's watching you
and
too.
if they're going to the hospital, wouldn't you be going with them?
Not necessarily. I mean, like, okay, for example, when my stove caught on fire last week, there were like 4 fire trucks, 2 SUVs.
Okay.
Like you could, and you guys are assuming this is big stuff. This could have been expensive small stuff. You could think how many pockets are in a paramedic's pants.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pockets.
A lot of pockets.
So the fact that he was caught is amazing to me because no one would think that the people who showed up to your house to save your life
in your worst moment
would try and put something in their pocket on the way out.
And you wouldn't want to accuse him of it either.
100%.
Yeah.
There would be so many other people you would accuse before this possibility even crossed your mind. Someone could have broken into your house while you were gone. They could have left the door unlocked by accident. Family members or neighbors who would have access to your house, right? Like the possibility that you just misplaced something in the chaos of ambulances and fire trucks. I'm dying to know who the first person was that had the balls to outright accuse this guy of stealing.
Yeah, because somebody would have to step up.
And what they saw that led them to that conclusion. The other alarming part about this story.
What's that?
Authorities aren't totally sure if right now they know about all the incidents.
They probably don't.
They're asking folks if they think they could have been victims of this guy to come forward, and not to be insensitive.
Yeah.
But if he took from the homes of people where someone died or were going to die, it would be impossible to catch him.
Right. Yeah, because they're gone.
And, think about it. You don't know what family members have things of value in the house. Even if you do know they had something, could you be sure before they died that they didn't sell it, that it wasn't misplaced?
Right.
Right? I mean, dead men telling no tales.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So what if this guy, let's say you find out that he stole from you, but this dude saved your life. Like, he got there and saved your ass.
And
Heart
it's
attack.
Volunteer job, too.
Right. And he snagged something that was worth a Giola. Are you going to press charges on a guy that saved your ass?
Ooh,
That's a tough question.
I'm thinking you ain't.
Because you're probably so relieved. In those moments, if it's like a life or death situation, you become grateful for everything you have. And those things almost, you realize they're just things. They can be replaced. So I wonder if that emotion on top of feeling appreciative of this person would lead to you potentially never saying anything.
Okay, all of that's a valid point. Counterpoint to that. This man violated you in your home in your most vulnerable moment.
Yes, he did, but he did save you.
In a position of power that no one would question. That would make me furious.
So you would still turn him in, even though he saved your life?
The anger would override being grateful.
Because you'd also look like an ass.
Well, why? You stole from
I don't know, though. I think everybody's on the side of, this guy's a scumbag.
Yeah, no one's, how dare you?
I don't think you'd blame the victim.
But he pulled you back from the brink.
All right, let me put it
you
this
were touching that light.
Let me put it this way. If he could give me back what he took, I won't press charges. If he sold it, I'm pressing charges.
Oh, man.
You ain't going to let that slide, you petty. You're the pettiest
He
bitch I know.
saved me.
So what? By the way, everyone else is angry with him because he saved you.
I'm letting it go.
My ass. If he took something expensive from you, let's say he took your most expensive pair of shoes.
Yeah.
And he sold them.
Well, I'd hear him walking off.
He sold them to a tiny schoolboy. You wouldn't press charges.
I wouldn't, man.
No chance, man. You're so full of it.
I think I'm a compassionate person.
He stole from your wife, and you're the only one that knows.
Oh, I ain't saying nothing.
Something irreplaceable, like a wedding ring, or you know what I mean.
But hold on, you're saying
no, the wedding ring he got her very replaceable.
He saved my life.
He saved your life, but he stole a high-end piece of jewelry from your wife. Sentimental value.
Yeah.
I'm not saying nothing. Because if my wife finds out, she's going after this guy.
Yeah, but rightfully so.
And I don't want it to happen. Because I don't want to look like that guy. I mean, I'm so grateful you saved my life. I don't know what it's like to have a heart attack. Don't look like fun.
Yeah, but you do know what it's like to be on the brink of death every single morning. Just dying over and over again. Every time you got on stage, just death. The smell of death. The cold hand on the back of your neck.
I get it.
252 WCMF, a story that happened just east of us. A 39-year-old paramedic has been arrested. Police say that he was stealing from homes of patients he was treating after they called for an emergency. They say he only did it to people he knew were being taken to a local hospital. They do not say how much he took, allegedly, but he is being charged with grand larceny, so that means over $1,000 in New York, and they don't believe... They're worried there are more people who have been victims. They're asking those people if they think they've been victims to come forward. No one would judge you for that, for pressing charges. Not a single person.
It would bother me.
Wouldn't you be fearful that I'm wondering, because he wants you to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's doing his job.
Great point.
Maybe there was something they could have done there that would have solved the problem, but, you should go to the hospital just to get it checked.
No, but she's right. There's a clear conflict of interest if he wants to steal from you for him to not treat you as well as he can.
Yeah. There's that aspect.
That tiny, itty-bitty aspect that none of us realized until Kimmy realized it.
Because you're going to spend a lot of time at the hospital. There's no quick trip to the hospital. So
True.
you have just your day shot, day, night, next day, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and think about the money you'd be spending. You know how expensive medical bills are?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's possible that this person went to go find the thing that was expensive in their house to sell it to pay medical bills. You wouldn't have that money.
Yeah, but some places you get whacked on that ambulance ride.
No, every place you get whacked on that ambulance ride. Ambulance rides are the most expensive Uber you'll ever take in your life.
Oh, yeah, true. All right. I'm still not calling.
Okay.
I'm a good guy.
You're not a good guy.
I don't know if that makes you a good guy.
Makes you a sucker. By the way, if you're ever in trouble, call me first.
All right. I got nothing.
No, but your wife does, and you ain't saying nothing. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio Thursday Rapperoo.
For
buddy.
Thursday, Break Room CMF. By the way, ladies, if you're listening, we have the perfect gift for you to give your Valentine. Thursday, February 29th at 6 p.m., Erie Grill's Take a Leap Whiskey Dinner featuring whiskey from around the world and a 5-course meal paired with 5 whiskeys, including Suntroy, AO World Japan, Orphan Barrel Rye, Scarlet Shade, Indiana, USA, Layfrog, 25-year Islay, Scotland, Rabbit Hole, Race King, Kentucky, and Window Jane Decadence Bourbon. Seating is limited.
Yeah.
Tickets are available at eriegrill.com. Big night tonight, Tommy.
What's going on tonight?
Well, your Buffalo Sabres skated live Tuesday night on CMF. They had a 7-0 win against the LA Kings.
They scored 7 goals?
7-0.
Wow.
Their goalie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, is playing out of his mind.
Well, that's 3 goalies. That's why.
Tonight, if the Sabres are going to have a shot at a playoff berth, they got to go on a run.
Oh, here we go.
Now's the time.
This is every year with this team.
yeah,
So
well,
what? I'm here for it,
Gotta
baby.
look forward to something.
They drag their feet, and all of a sudden, this is it. I got to really put it on now. Who are they playing tonight?
The Florida Panthers come to town.
Ooh, Southern hockey.
You're
playing Southern puck.
7 o'clock, live right here on CMF. The Panthers are on a 10-game road win streak.
Oh.
And they're playing on the second end of a back-to-back.
Okay.
So if you're a betting man.
So you're thinking they're out of gas.
I would think they're out of gas. And
And
what are
they're
the odds
due.
you win
They're
11
due.
straight
Right.
road games? If you're a betting man, you know me.
You going for it?
I might. I haven't taken a look at the line yet. But you can catch that game
Well, who
tonight
isn't?
live at 7 o'clock right here on 96.5 WCMF. We got to get out of the way.
Okay.
For Kimmy, who will never do OnlyFans. For
No, I
reasons.
don't think I'd be good at it.
No, nobody's arguing there.
I'm not against it.
For Tommy Muley, who's got a scarf page you'd like you to subscribe to. My name's Pat Duffy. We will see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.